Lamar
like a
got on that
motherfucker.
Black Power shit. Lamar got on that Black Power shit. Fred was hot in his ass. That
He
is a
didn't
fact.
like that bullshit, bro. He like, nah, bro, that shit's bullshit.
But that's real life though, Corey, because you know him and Malcolm X was actually homeboys. You feel
Oh
me?
yeah?
Yeah, in
Yeah.
real life, Fred Sanford, they were both redhead dudes and they used to work on the trains together. You feel me?
Oh,
He was
okay,
Detroit
yeah.
red, you feel me, and Sanford. They used to call Fred Sanford, they used to call Red Fox. They used to call him the Red Fox, and they used to call Malcolm Detroit Red. They actually was homeboys. They hung together.
Yeah, they was
Crazy
homeboys.
Oh, that's
Yep.
crazy.
They hung. Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. They got
Fact.
they got a street. They got a street in St. Louis. They got a street in St. Louis named after Red Fox. It's in the hood too. His old neighborhood.
No kidding.
Yeah. So a lot of that stuff, Malcolm X used to talk all that stuff when he became a Muslim to Red Fox, but Red Fox was a comedian. He smoked, drank, ate pork, fuck a white man. He used to laugh at him like, nigga, you tripping.
Yeah.
But they were still homeboys, you feel?
No doubt. Hell yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody had a Sharif. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had
Malcolm X was the Sharif. He was the homeboy that got straight.
Everybody had a Sharif, bro.
Hell, even Pac talked about that in one of his songs. You a Muslim now, knowing
no more dope thing.
Yeah, no doubt, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. But that's crazy that y'all had mentioned Sanford and Son and my man Lamont Big Dummy just passed away. That was
Big Dummy, my man Big Dummy. Nah, that's cold too. He died. That's cold.
My man Big Dummy didn't check out. Grady was the funniest though. Shady
Grady was cool as motherfucker.
Man, Grady, man.
I think he used to be smoking weed like on the show.
Grady was high. Like, all them used to be
way you could be
high
that
all of them used to be drunk
high
if you watched the behind the scenes.
Right.
Yeah,
Grady was
definitely
cool.
Yeah, Grady was that dude, Joe. Shady Grady.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they've been on. So the critique on you, Corey, was that you was messing it up with the Levant. You know what I mean? Piece. You were basically calling them, saying that the Egyptians wasn't from Egypt or wasn't from Africa. They was from Asia when you say Levant. But they don't understand that Egypt and the Nile, it was considered a part of the greater Levant area. All of these people cohabited and mingled with each other. You dig what I'm saying? Sometimes they call it the Fertile Crescent, right?
Yeah, it's part of the like Egypt is part of the Fertile Crescent.
They don't understand why Lake Michigan.
Stop that. Egypt is not part of the Fertile Crescent.
Illinois sits on Lake Michigan.
It is part of the Fertile Crescent. It's an extension part of the Fertile Crescent. Yes, it is. In anthropology,
real quick. Gullah, real quick. We live, so y'all can yell and all that shit, but just let y'all know we live and try to humble out, let everybody get their little conversation on.
Geographically wise, when you come to geography, Egypt is not a part of the Fertile Crescent.
That is wrong as hell.
Egypt is not part. When you come to geography,
what? Make that make sense.
When it comes to geography, where the Fertile Crescent is, Egypt is not a part of the Fertile.
Well, I don't know about that. So he worded it different. I don't know.
I don't care which way he worded it. He wrong.
He's on his blackology. He's on his blackology. That's all.
I don't know. If
no, it's not. Yeah, he's right. It's not part of the Levant. Whoever said that, that's much outdated information. but it ain't the Levant because it's separated by tectonic plates. It's part of the Federal Crescent, but it's not part of the Levant. Even the Sinai have its own plate, so it's not part of that. It's close, but it's not part of it.
No, I didn't say the Levant. I said the Greater Levant.
Not
I know it's not part of the Greater Levant. It's not part of it at all.
No part of no Greater Levant either.
That's probably an outdated term. It's probably an outdated geographic term.
Maybe it's outdated. Listen,
When
y'all kill me.
you talk
Y'all
about
kill me
history-
with the dates and all of this wild shit.
When you talk about history,
I don't know.
Yeah,
what
because
they
it's
call it
obsolete.
today.
Because it's
I don't know what
obsolete. You
they
ain't
call
gonna use
it
an
today.
obsolete. It's an obsolete term, yeah. Like you said, like this. The centralized group of Egypt is East African hunter gatherers. Now we go to the dynastic period. The northern ones have more connections with the Levant. The lower Egyptians than the upper Egyptians have more overlap with the Nilo-Saharan group. But at the end of the day, they come from this basal Eurasian mixed East African hunter gatherer group. That's the base group.
I don't listen. That right there, fine. I hear you go, and that was a lot of nuance, and I'm sure that.
I'm just saying. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, that's the real. I mean, that's the real. Like that's exactly what it is. Like no cut, no ends, no other shit, no motherfucking Vaseline. That's what it is.
I hear you.
All right, so let me read this.
mm-hmm.
All right, the Greater Levant is a historical geographic term for the Eastern Mediterranean region where Africa, Asia, and Europe converge culturally and historically. It is broader than the narrow coastal Levant and varies by discipline, history, archaeology, and geopolitics. The core areas, almost always included, is Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and Jordan. This is the classical Levant, also called the Eastern Mediterranean. The Greater Levant, extended areas, including, depending on context, especially the Nile Delta and Sinai, strong in the Bronze Age and imperial ties. Turkey, Iraq, you know what I mean? Then they say how scholars use the term. In the field, what Greater Levant means in archaeology and ancient history. It says a continuous cultural zone linking the Nile, Levantine coast, and Upper Mesopotamia. You dig what I'm saying? So,
yeah, I just asked ChatGPT and it said no. I just asked ChatGPT and it said no.
All right.
Can I got a question for Villa. I got a question for Villa.
Can I speak now? Can I rebut that? I was one of the first person to rebut it. No,
yeah, and then Howard, ask your question. Hold on to your question.
Howard.
Don't forget it though. Let's please address the read thing, and then but don't forget your question, Howard. Go ahead, stupid.
Okay. When we talk about when we talk about the Fertile Valley, one of the places that really get recognized when you talk about is Mesopotamian culture, because Mesopotamian culture evolved within the Fertile Valley. Gullah cannot dispute that, right? That's where it came from. Now, we've always distinguished between Egyptian culture and Mesopotamian culture. So when somebody's including both of them as Crescent Valley, it speaks against what scholars actually say. Part of that is, part of what you're talking about, whether we like it or not, is cultural racism, because they want to attribute the achievement of Egypt also with the achievement of with those places. But when you look at it, when it comes to distinguishing the cultures, they have no problem distinguishing the culture and saying that, listen, this is not that. So how all of a sudden now they're including the Crescent Valley into Egyptian culture when they
That ain't what I said. I said the photo I said it's not part of Levant. I said it's not part of Levant, but it is. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Okay, but I'm talking right now.
Hold on when I'm speaking.
Hey, you done? You finished? You
I
finished?
wasn't finished. I wasn't finished.
Let him finish.
But
Let him finish. Let him
you too
finish.
long, bro.
I wasn't
You
finished.
too long, bro.
Let him finish.
I wasn't finished.
You
Let him
too
finish.
long, though.
That's fine. Let
Am
him
I
finish.
wrong? Is there not a distinguish
No.
between
You gotta
Mesopotamia and
finish. You gotta
Right.
finish so somebody else can talk. So
Okay,
finish.
but he broke my train of thought. He broke my
Go
train of
ahead and
thought.
finish.
And I
Okay.
forget. So let him go because he knows it all. Go ahead, know it all. Tell me what I said.
No, I didn't say that, but you said you didn't understand what I said. You said so you assume I said. I said Egypt is part of the fertile question, but it's not part of the Levant. The part of Egypt, a piece of Egypt is part of the Levant, and that's the Sinai. Now the Sinai part of the Egypt is part of the Greater Levant because that's the only part of Egypt that's part of Asia. And that's only a damn land bridge desert area where only Bedouins and shit live. But yeah, if you want to have it, you can have it. But the fertile crescent, as this fertile land, Egypt is part of that. But no, it's not part of the Levant. Only part of the Levant of Egypt is the damn Sinai.
Well,
Okay, can I get mine in now?
Yes, Egypt, but it ain't like no motherfucking damn desert land bridge. Motherfucking Bedouins there, like motherfucking nomads there. Shit. Ain't like no serious.
Can I get mine
You
in
can have
now,
it as you
Brad?
want.
Yeah. Go ahead, Howard. Go ahead. Get your question out, Howard. Go ahead.
This is my question, and I'm just a normal nigga. I don't know the difference between the Crescent Valley and the Hexagon Valley or whatever goddamn valley. I don't know. But my question is, given the location of Egypt, are certain people saying that those people did not have any type of connection to what was northeast of them or north of them at all? They only had connections with things that were south of. I know you might have just said that, Gullah, but I want to get this shit in the layman's terms because I believe me just being a normal nigga, I'm just a normal nigga. There was not an invisible fence that stopped people like, oh shit, your skin is not.
Of course it wasn't.
You need to go back.
No, that was.
Of course it wasn't. I put a whole timeline in the damn chat, but nobody paid attention to shit. And I put a whole damn picture thing too to go with that. But anyway, to even say yes, you do have connection with the Levant, but that doesn't turn over the whole damn population. But yeah, it do. It's a damn corridor.
Okay. Now does that
y'all take pieces of these other dumbass dudes and I got nuance to tell the whole story. I don't have no white and black scenario. I'll tell you exactly what the fuck it is. You know what I'm saying?
I got you right now, Gullah, but you're teaching right now. But let's go slow. Let's go slow.
All Egypt is mixed. All Egypt is mixed. The base group.
That's the point I'm trying to get at. Hold on. Okay, goddamn. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. The base group is East African hunter gatherers that mix with Basal Eurasia. Around the middle Heliocene period, you get more derived Levantine people coming in. You know what I'm saying? Around 7,000 BCE to 5,000 BCE. That's when the fucking grains and all that shit start coming in, the goats and cows and shit. But these dudes mix with, so they're coming back to you know what I'm saying, later, but they already mixed with some East African hunter gatherers anyway.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Gullah.
So they mix in with their other cousins. No, I'm not done.
So walk
by the time you get to the dynastic period, by the time you get to the dynastic period,
nigga,
you still got the base
fast. I'm in the second grade. Your ass up in the eighth grade.
The ones in upper Egypt.
He trying to learn, and you going too fast for him, bro.
Yeah, you going too fast.
He's begging you to slow down, bro. He's begging you.
That's why I wrote out a timeline for people to read it.
I know.
It's simple. I made it simple. It ain't complicated. I made
he wasn't. So like certain people ain't into that, but like now that we having the discussion, like he actually has a question about it. So like maybe we want to slow down you know what I mean? Give it to him, or just
slow it down.
Don't just say that.
Yeah, just slow it down. I agree with you.
That's my channel. That's my channel. If you go to my channel, that's why it is slow down. That's why I made the chart so people can sit down and just read it. The chart ain't no long read. It's a fucking point by point It got like a PowerPoint thing. It got points.
But
It ain't
what
like
I'm
no
saying though, Gullah, is
paragraph.
he wasn't interested in it in the chart. He didn't even know the context of the chart. But now that we are actually having,
I'm saying all the context. No, I'm not talking about the picture. I'm talking about the written out chart where it has the written context.
Right.
Anything you need
I'm not
to go to school with. Anything you need to go to school with is all there. If you went to school to become a kindergarten, you had the supplies is all there for you to do your homework.
No, I'm not saying you didn't. Go ahead.
Okay, I got that, Gullah. And okay, you got me to agreeing. There was some mixing going on a long time ago from the Northeast, correct? That's just a yes or no, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, from the Northeast.
Okay.
It's just you got some shit coming in from the Iberian Peninsula too, coming in East Africa. So it's a lot of shit coming in both ways. But the early
now with
mix,
that,
the first mix was let me give you a back though. The first mix with these East African hunter
Corey,
gatherers.
go ahead, Corey. I can't get
dudes
it. I can't get it. Slow down.
Gullah.
I'm talking fast?
No, it's not that you talking fast. Just listen to me for a second, Gullah. You understand it very clear. He's trying to get it. That's why he said layman. He almost wants you to spoon feed him a little bit if you want to do it. But he's saying like, just you're not speaking fast. You're just giving them too much information and it's causing more questions as you talk. So maybe just in layman's terms,
just walk with me.
What part you want, bro?
Just walk with me.
Yeah, which
thing? Just walk with me. You know what I'm saying? And teach me while I ask one question. Teach me that question. Don't not all the other. Just the one, so I can take the steps like a pieces of a puzzle. You know what I'm saying? Give me that piece. If I ask you for the piece, give me that piece. That's it, and then I can understand it, and then we can move to the next piece and start making the picture.
All right, gotcha.
And so from my thoughts and everything, like I said before, there wasn't an invisible fence that stopped people from mixing and everything. You agreed with that. And also, so those people in the North may have been lighter colored or dark to light to dark or whatever, but they mixed with some other people that may have been lighter. That has always happened since when, Gullah? That has always happened, right? Or no?
Yeah. The SL. Well, hold on. Well, it like when I say the early, that's like it come in different layers, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like so when I say okay, you start with the East African hunter gatherer. You know what I'm saying? Around 30,000 years in, you know what I'm saying, dudes probably, you know what I'm saying, wavy the you know what I'm saying, the curly hair probably put you in mind of a Dravidian or somebody from India. So not exactly the same.
Let me stop you. I just need to ask one question. Why you saying that? When you say dark skin, can we possibly know how dark? Or are you just saying dark for what? Is that known how dark?
It ranges.
No one population is one skin color.
Dark.
Go ahead, Gullah. I'm listening.
They're not pale.
Is he there?
They're not pale. They're not like. I'm saying they're not pale. The pale shit ain't even around yet.
Right, but when you say they're not pale,
if like from medium brown to dark brown, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, but when you say they're not pale, that's a difference than dark skin. That is
yeah, but I'm saying
that's different.
I'm saying,
but if you're talking to a black
like,
person,
it is
dark skin.
Well, it's all dark shit. It ain't shit. Dark is dark. Yeah, so like they range from medium to dark.
Like were they red boned? Huh? Were they red boned? He's asking for an example. Like when they compare what those people look like.
That's what I said. I just gave him an example. I said picture in mind of people from Southern Asia, Indian people, Dravidians, Tamilian, like Not exactly them, but they probably look
Use
something
somebody
like
that
them.
would know.
Like for
Use
like
somebody.
features, like
Use somebody that will publicly know. Use an example. Somebody that you
y'all never
Yeah,
seen people from India.
I'm not against you. I actually I agree with your equation. I agree with the outcome of everything, but you need to walk me, because when you use words like dark skin, because that could let blackology motherfucker get in like, hell yeah, you damn right. They all, because they equate dark skin with black, right? So when you say dark skin,
no.
I equate dark skin with black.
See what I'm saying?
That's why I tell people.
I'm along the same line.
Give me an example of somebody modern.
Hold on, let me put a picture. Let me put a picture in the back there.
No, we don't want a picture in the back. We're driving. We're doing stuff now. You know somebody that everybody knew that is popular.
Put in the picture.
And you think that their complexion would match that person. Who we looking at?
No, I'm not doing all that. You don't know people I know.
But you're not doing shit then. You're not doing shit. You're hiding. You're hiding. You're hiding behind some antiquated pictures.
What the fuck are you talking about? Hiding
because you're asking for a description and you're hiding.
You dope.
You're asking for a description. You can't
I just said people from India. I ain't hiding. Bro, shut up talking to me, bro. Please.
What people from India mean?
Bro. I'm good on you, bro.
What people from India mean?
I'm not asking your question. I'm talking
because
I'm good on you, bro.
He said dark-skinned Dravidians. He said
what that mean? What that mean? I don't know. I don't know what it means.
If you don't know what that means,
I don't know what that means.
If y'all don't know what a dark-skinned Dravidian look like, you shouldn't be arguing.
No. If you can't make it, if you can't explain your point, that a layman can understand.
You can simply do it, bro. It's 2000.
Everybody stop.
He trolling, bro. This nigga trolling. This nigga, you can Google it. You can Google that shit. I don't gotta mail you the picture. I don't gotta mail you the picture of it. You could. It's 2026. You can literally Google the video.
Hold on, bro. Everybody mute up, bro. I'm gonna say this one last time, and I love all y'all my brothers, but I'm gonna serve and mute the niggas that ain't listening, bro.
Yeah,
one at a time. Even if y'all yelling at each other, do the shit one at a time. We're live. This ain't a back chat conversation. Y'all got 30 people listening to y'all, and it sounds like madness. Chef talk, Stoopies talk, Gullah. Let them sort that shit out for a second. And whatever going on with you, Stoopies don't address Gullah. Gullah don't address Stoopies.
I won't address him. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chef.
No, I'm just saying he gave you a description. He gave you a people that it could have looked similar to a current people, right? So, like, if we're this deep into the conversation and he tell you a dark-skinned Dravidian and you don't know what a dark-skinned Dravidian look like, then maybe you should say, maybe I shouldn't be arguing. You dig what I'm saying? Like, maybe the conversation then went somewhere where, you know what I mean, I might just need to chill. That's all.
All right.
That's it. That's all I gotta say.
All right. Okay, Chef Fred, modern day now. Where are the people? Where are the dark skinned, whatever it is, people?
They're still alive. They're in southern India, bro.
Right. So we're talking about Africans, and we're using Indians to describe them.
See,
no, we're talking about Africans.
He's not listening. He's not even listening. He's not even listening. I just said a bad conversation. You just want to argue, bro.
Hey, listen,
you need to find your woman. You need to find your woman to argue with.
Gullah.
You can't keep no damn woman.
Gullah. Right? You and Stoopies, y'all ain't clicking today.
Right? I'm talking to Chef Fred. Chef Fred, imagine
that. This dude burnt up, bro.
I know, but this is incoherent and we live, brother.
Right.
Go ahead,
Chef
Fred.
He word online.
We're talking about Africans, and we're using Indians to describe. No, that's why I know that a dude never write a paper, because any professor would say, "Why are you using Indians to describe Africans?" That don't make any sense. I went to college. I might have dropped out, but I read many papers. You have never written a fucking paper. I'm not talking to you. So why are you talking to me? I'm talking to Chef. Why are you talking to me?
When you talking about me,
what are you talking to me for? Continue.
Dick ass nigga. You talking about me though.
Let's not call names.
Stupides, he's using humans
No.
in a
We're talking
cue
about
to
Africans
describe
now.
other
I'm
humans
using
in a
Indians to describe
but Stupides, leave Gullah out the conversation. Just talk.
I'm leaving him out. I done with the conversation. I'll talk to somebody else about the conversation. Because I'm not talking about anybody who's Indians to describe Africans or Chinese to describe Africans.
I think he's just describing humans and
No,
trying to put.
describing
Because
Africans.
I asked him when he
Egyptians
says
are
dark
Africans.
skin. Because I asked him when he said dark skinned, and he gave an example
Then
of
the Indian people.
what he's taught. Well, that's the example he came up with. Stupides.
No,
Goddamn,
I
why you
asked him for
laughing at that?
easier example. I asked him for easier example. I just want to convolute the conversation. And go all the way into this Indian
Maybe
people.
he's saying they look more like those people than West
So they look more like
Africans.
Indian. All right, okay. All right.
Him.
Howard, you're right.
Like those
Howard,
people
I'm
more
wrong
than
and
West
you're right.
Africans.
Howard, I am wrong. I'll take my wrong. You're
That's
right.
what he's
I will use
saying,
India.
right?
I will use Indians to describe
Gullah, if you're not saying that, let me know. You saying they look more like those people than the West African? Is that what you're saying?
They look more like Indians.
Is that what he's saying?
Yes, that's what he's saying. That's a picture.
No, that's why we're not listening. Hold on. Can you mute him? Can you mute him? Somebody? Can somebody mute this mush mouth ass nigga?
Start.
He's
Go
saying
ahead,
that
respond.
let me say this. He's saying that those Indians look like those base group of Africans. They look closer to that. Not that the Africans look like the Indians, but that base group of East Africans at that time, the Indians look more closer to those Africans. That's what I got. That's what he's saying.
Hold on. I didn't even say. Hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying.
You can't explain nothing. It's only people who never write a third
man. Hey, bro, this dude out of control, yo.
Go ahead,
this motherfucking lame ass fucking troll. But anyway, you missed the whole point. What I was saying. I used Indians as a proxy, and what I was saying was you missed the point. I said northeastern hunter gatherers before I even said the Indians. I was talking about the individuals like Indian son with the Bayesian race that back migrated in and mixed with these northeast African hunter gatherers. The northeast African hunter gatherers probably would have put you in mind of how people that are Omo Valley look, Amadic groups. Or the Mosul type groups, like them,
That's what I got out of it.
Them base.
I got
you. Yeah.
So
and this dude's slow anyway, because if he knew fucking genetics, a lot of East Africans got T markers anyway. T markers come around India any damn way. So Indian people come from Bayesian races. That's why they look the way they look in the first damn place. But anyway, them type of groups migrated back into Africa. You know what I'm saying? These dudes, you know what I'm saying? They dark skin, medium brown or dark or whatever, wavy, you know what I'm saying, slick looking hair.
Wavy hair.
Yeah, and they mix with them. They mix with these East African Amadic looking groups, and then that's the base, and they become the base. They become the base group for a minute. You know what I'm saying, and then
you hold on, Gullah. So Stupides doesn't understand that in that area of Africa, they did not look like the other areas like West Africa. They did not. They didn't have the same look, right? Is that what you're saying? Right? I'm trying to follow you.
Not after 30,000 years ago, the Bayesian races started coming back in, mixing with indigenous African populations, like Amadic. Like if you know what an Amadic dude look like, if you look at the Hamar or the Ari. You know what I'm saying? In East Africa,
I do not know what a Hamitic nigga is. You gotta see.
No, Omadic. Look up people of the Omo Valley. Yeah,
did
people of the Omo Valley.
Did they have kinky hair and look like you or me, or did they look different?
I mean, at that point, before 30,000 years ago, some of them groups probably would look similar to indigenous Africans, like because they all branched from the same group. Northeast African hunter-gatherers are the ancestors of Nilo-Saharan, early Proto-Niger Congo speakers before they migrated west, and they're the ancestors of early Afro-Asiatic groups which look something like the Omotic speakers, who are the earlier or the most basal Afroasiatic population or group. They're the first ones to split off, so they carry the oldest genes of that original Afroasiatic population before they start mixing with basal Eurasia. I'm just talking about basal Eurasia. I didn't even get into the more derived West Eurasian groups. You know what I'm saying? We get to the Tupians and the Levantines. I didn't even get into that because motherfuckers keep opening their goddamn mouth up.
Hey, real quick,
Gullah, can you pause?
Hold on, Howard. I want to address a comment real quick. Y'all got people commenting on this, what y'all saying. I'm trying to do as best I can. So it says Sri Lankan and Indians, some of them are dark skinned, but yet still they do not see or call themselves black. Stupes just contradict themselves. Stupes said anyone with dark skin is black.
So no, that's not.
I didn't say that. Okay. I never said that.
Just clarify. Take 10 seconds to clarify.
Anybody could say. I've never said that.
Okay, well, we live on Chef comment in there because they responded to what you're saying. They hear everybody, but they responded.
I wanted to ask Chef. Look, Chef. You need to teach. I'm the layman in here, Chef, and I probably represent some of the people that are listening, Chef. You need to go to explain to me this damn difference that we're trying to get out to everybody. Like, these niggas didn't look North, or they didn't look West African. They weren't kinky haired, darker people. They were what, Chef? Because I need the layman shit, Chef, because Gullah is doing his.
They look like Indians.
I need that.
No, that ain't what I ain't say. All of them look like Indians. I said when the Base Eurasians mixed in, when the Base Eurasian dudes look like Indian and shit, and they mix into an existing population. It's like you don't get it. It's like you slow, and then
the
Omotic. The Omotic. I ain't talking about you, Top. I ain't talking about you, bro. But I'm saying look up Omotic. Look up the Hammer people of southern Ethiopia. The original group, the Northeast African hunter gatherers, look like them dudes. Them dudes are kinky hair.
These niggas look dark skinned, like with a perm. Like if a nigga got a perm, they look dark skinned with a perm.
No, listen. No, you're not listening, bro. No, you're not listening. I'm trying to describe to you. I'm trying to describe to you a population encountering another population. So you got two different looks. I ain't saying everybody look like, you know what I'm saying, South India. I'm particularly talking about the basal Eurasians. They came in and mixed with Omotic type groups who are indigenous Africans. You know what I'm saying? They look distinct than West Africans, but they had their own look. You know, it's like when you say Sub-Saharan Africa, everybody got their own look. Nilo-Saharians, Niger Congo people, and the base Afroasiatic.
So hold up. So an indigenous African got his own look. What look is that? What's that base look?
It's different ones.
This particular.
But no, he said that indigenous Africans have a base look. What is he talking about?
There's many different indigenous African groups. What are you saying? Like,
but all of them. I'm trying to. You gotta hear me. You gotta listen, bro. I'm saying all of them. Like, I ain't come. But the one I'm just saying that just to give you a mind that, you know, it ain't just one look, but this particular group that I'm talking about, the ancestors of Afroasiatic group.
Okay, you're talking about a specific group. Because when you say indigenous Africans have a specific look, that's when Stu P's gonna come in and he gonna get you. He gonna dog you. If you saying that indigenous Africans have a specific Stu P's, that's his way in the door.
Y'all gotta hear me out. Like I'm pretty sure when he went to school. I'm pretty sure when Stu P went to school, when somebody having a presentation from the flag or teacher that allow you to interrupt a motherfucker while he's having a presentation and they spit it all out until the end. But anyway, what I was saying was like this particular group is the Proto-Afroasiatic group. These Northeast African hunter-gatherer groups, they will look something like Omo Valley people from the Omo Valley before they mix with these Base Eurasian group dudes that look like South Asians or Davidian type people.
Okay.
After these dudes mix, you get the typical East African look, like Horners, like you get that look.
I got
you. Know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Yeah. and
I
then
got you.
to around 14,000 years ago, out of
So
their
these niggas
population,
looking like red bones then. Cause I've been to Spain. I've seen people from Morocco,
look like
this and
Nipsey.
that.
They looking like Nipsey Hussle. These dudes look like Nipsey
Yeah,
Hussle.
they
and
look
shit.
like red
You know?
bones. I ain't gonna lie. You know, they look like red bones.
Yeah, but they can range too. They could be dark. But they can still have those alkaline features, curly hair. But they could be dark, medium brown to light. You know what I'm saying? Or a little bit light, not extremely light skin. You know what I'm saying?
No, I
Because
got you.
SLCJ ain't even there. And then
So
around 14,000 years ago,
that's the population of people you talking about that were in Egypt, right? Looking like that, right? Or no?
yeah, 30,000 years ago, from mixing with these two populations.
Okay, you talking
And just
about some
and just
red
and just
bone
because
looking niggas that may
yeah,
have
and,
been
and,
dark or
and,
light,
it, and it ain't
but
and it ain't everybody though too. Like don't think like just because a group mix in, it don't
no, I got
erase
you.
every damn body. Yeah.
I
And so
got
you
you
still
because
got people
everybody ain't the
commodity
same.
looking
I
dudes,
got you.
and you got the in between, and then you got the the two extremes.
I got
You know
you.
what I'm
So
saying?
why does Stu Peas disagree with that? Now that's
I
my
don't
I don't
question.
know.
let me
All right, all right.
answer.
Well, then let's
Hold
do
on.
P's.
Let me
Let's
answer
do
that now.
P's
I'm
answer.
not the timeline not done though. But you know what I'm saying?
All right, that's fine. Go. Let's do P's answer. Go ahead, Stu.
Okay. I am not saying that there was never any mixing. This is it. When we do history with a map of the world. Now, Howard, I wanted to envision a map of Africa. And then I wanted to envision, small it down to East Africa. We're coming from the Nile, just from Lake Victoria up to the Delta, right?
I'm with you,
And then
brother.
we're
I'm
going
with
to,
you, brother.
right, from Lake Victoria up to the Delta. And then we're going to go from the Delta to Eurasia, to the Crescent Valley. We're not going as far as India. We're going to the stands, to the nearest stands. You know the stands, Pakistan, Afghanistan. We're not going as far as Pakistan.
Okay.
We're not going as far
Okay.
as Afghanistan,
That's
right?
actually pretty far. That's actually pretty far. But
And
I'm
that's
with you.
actually pretty far.
The
And then
time
we're
takes
going
step.
up to Europe, right? We're not going as far as we're going Spain. We're not going England,
Oh,
right?
that's close. Spain is
Right?
close. Spain is really
Right, we're
close.
going
Yes,
Spain,
sir.
right? No, envision that part of the map that I just
But you
pictured.
know, you just
Right?
went from Northeast Africa to
And that
Northwest
map all
Africa.
over the
When
place. Your
No, no,
you
no.
geography
talking
is
about,
We don't
No,
get it.
I am
We
talking
don't. We
about
don't. We,
listen. No,
you
hold on,
just
can I
went
finish
from
in
speaking?
you don't know
saying
what it, you don't know what exact.
Pakistan.
You don't know what
you
Hey,
just
exactly.
went from North.
Listen.
Can I
Chef.
finish
Hey,
speaking?
Stu P's,
Can
pause
I
for 1
finish
second.
speaking?
Stu
Yeah.
P's,
And
pause for
Spain.
1 second. Don't go on mute, but pause for 1 second, Stu P's. Finish, Chef, and then Stu P's respond
The
to what Chef.
niggas said Pakistan and Spain.
I said I'm not going as far as there, sir. No,
They
the
shouldn't
reason,
even be
no.
Stu P's,
mentioned.
you ain't hear nothing I
All right.
said. You ain't hear
They
nothing I
shouldn't
said.
even be mentioned.
You know why? You know why I'm using that?
Stu
Finish
P's,
listening
let
to.
him finish talking.
No, let them go. Let them go.
Yeah. The reason why I use such a broad.
Y'all can have this shit.
Yeah. The reason why I use in such a broad area in terms of Eurasia and Europe is because I'm going to look at back migration now. No, we know how the Nile flow. The Nile flow from geographical south to north.
So you
So it
don't
flows
went from Morocco to the Nile.
Yeah. Because I'm saying that people coming into Egypt, and they're coming into Egypt from all
I'm
directions.
going on mute.
Right? People coming into Egypt from all directions, not just one direction. Because within Africa, you had migration. You had people coming from the south up to the north. Him cannot deny that. But when, according to his description of migration, he mostly emphasized on migration from Europe and Eurasia into Egypt. He's not talking about migration from
Europe.
Victoria
I didn't
up
say
to
nothing from no
Egypt.
Europe.
You know, Europe and Eurasia.
You don't listen.
Eurasia,
I believe you really
different?
All right,
bro.
let's go to
Hey,
Europe.
hold on. Hey, listen, real quick.
Yeah.
I hate the conversation, but I really hate how it's being presented. First off, happy Black History Month, right? Moving on, let the man finish. Howard Gullah, mute out. Let him completely finish his thought, and then y'all can come in after that. This sounds
brother.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Now, since he never mentioned Europe, let me take out Europe, let me take out Spain, let me take out all of that. let's just use Eurasia. People from Eurasia coming into Egypt, but people from Middle Africa, Central Africa, from Lake Victoria, following the Nile, which would be one of the easiest part because you're following the flow of the Nile. And the flow of the Nile lead you right up into the Delta. Now, if we overlay Lake Victoria with the skin map, we find that dark-skinned people, according to the skin map, very dark-skinned people were always following the Nile going up to Egypt. I have no problem with mixing. My thing is that the mixing, what he's talking about, and these people 30,000 years ago, right? Because when people were back migrating, it was easier for you to get more numbers coming up the Nile to the Delta than coming from Eurasia. Because you're following an easier path.
That's not true.
How you know that? You just made that up. It's not a population number.
Because
made that up, yo. Like
the Nile from its source to where it empty out at is not an easy track, right? That's not easy. That's
for trucks, but not for foot.
No, I'm saying,
hey, they got natural cataracts, bro. They got natural cataracts
and swamps. They got a large area of sud that goddamn that goes through a whole country. It's not just you're not just traveling from Lake Victoria up the Nile. No, not even walking, not sailing, not walking.
Tell me why not happening. Why not happening? Why not happening?
Natural.
Yeah, he got
boundaries.
And you're saying that there's no natural boundary from Eurasia into Egypt.
There's a lot more. There's a lot more areas.
Yeah, they right there. They right there. The Bayesian races are right there, like in Arabian areas, bro. These ain't modern day Arabians, you know. These Bayesian races. This is 30,000 years ago. These ain't modern.
Hold on, Stu and Della. I ain't never heard DQ participate in this Egyptian conversation. This shit throwing me off. What is you saying, DQ?
I've heard it for years. We all know that the southern part of the Nile coming out of Nubia has the cataracts. Cataracts are natural occurring boundaries and borders that the Nile River had. You can't just flow a boat and think you're gonna end up in motherfucking Delta. Hell no. Everybody know that shit if you're using logical and rational methodology.
All right.
Yeah, and spread out. Everybody ain't. It ain't like no damn highway. People don't ain't even riding on horses. The camels get. People are settling, and they settle as they move for years, even centuries, before they even move on to the damn next spot. He thinks he got a damn fantasy mentality. It's crazy.
All right, and I'm listening to you now. I'm listening to you speak, and I agree with you that people settled and they moved further, and then they settled and they moved further. Wouldn't it be easy to settle among the banks of a river than to settle in a desert to move into Egypt?
No, that's dangerous.
It's dangerous where?
Yeah.
That shit dangerous. You know, animals, other tribes, that is dangerous as hell. You talking about uncivilized Africa 30,000 years ago, bro. You think it's safe near a river where all the animals gonna be?
Nah, they didn't do that.
Yeah, then you got different seasons. You got different seasons where the Nile is more dangerous because of the tide and the monsoons and shit. You don't even understand the climate and the geography, bro. You just talking.
I'm talking about. You're saying that it's dangerous, and I'm talking about 16,000 years. No, can I finish? And I'm talking about people.
I think you need to take a class on ecosystems, Joe.
Can I finish speaking?
Ecosystem.
No. Can I finish speaking? Right?
How long do you think you're supposed to speak with 8 other motherfuckers?
No, because I'm addressing a topic that I made. Because you're saying that it's dangerous.
This
and I'm
is where your human beings, where your rationale. Yeah.
I'm saying that human beings 16,000 years ago, between 16,000 and 10,000 years ago, hunt woolly mammoths into extinction. So animals were never a problem for human beings. Human beings, when they're coming over to the Americas from the Eurasians, have hunted saber-tooth tigers have hunted woolly mammoths. So when somebody used the excuse,
It was a combination. It was not just the hunting. It was a combination of things for the woolly mammoth.
What's
Go ahead.
the combination of things? A river with water?
Because I know it ain't nothing but bush shit.
No,
What
people saying that human beings never circle among the man.
Woolly mammoth, though.
Yeah, and it wasn't just a hunter because the woolly mammoth was adapted to the damn ice age. When that ice melts,
I'm using the woolly mammoth.
They're gonna die out.
I'm using the woolly mammoth and the saber-tooth tiger,
but it's not
and the
just the
grizzly bear
hunting.
and the
They
polar
were
bear.
dying out because the ice. They were dying out because the ice was fucking melting.
Human beings on them extinction.
Bro, you don't even, bro. I'm not talking to a dude that don't understand evolution, bro. You don't even understand natural selection.
Are you saying to me that human beings didn't hunt with the mammoth to extinction?
He didn't say that.
They helped it go. They helped.
We're not even talking about.
No. I'm talking about dangerous animals. You brought up dangerous animals, and I'm telling you that humans have always encountered dangerous animals. One of the most dangerous animals in the world is a polar bear, and human beings have encountered the polar bears. So along the Nile River, you have crocodile, you have hippopotamus.
It's deeper than this conversation. You literally see, everybody see it's something literally wrong with this dude. Like something like mentally.
No, I don't think it's nothing mental. I've seen this in Blackology or these Egyptian conversations where motherfuckers get dug in on a point, and even if the entire room is yelling at him, at this point he just defending himself from y'all yelling. He probably
no.
I think hold on. I think he would almost concede some of the point, but the shit is so
I don't understand that.
because now we're talking about polar bears, and I thought y'all was talking about Egypt and shit. I don't know what the fuck.
No, so because I didn't get that chance to finish, I'm saying that human beings have
hold on,
always...
Stu, before you get started, hold on, before you get started, I gotta say this. Hold on, Chef. Before you get started, Stu B's, you gotta find a way to condense this information down, because I know you feel like you're not talking, but you talking. They not try to make it concise and quick, because there's other people trying to talk. That's why they keep trying to cut you off. So
and leave the woolly mammoth out of it, Stu Peas.
Don't say polar bear no more in this conversation. But go try to get your shit off, but get it off. Pause as quick as you can. Quick as you can. We're not trying to make children here. We're just trying to get off. Pause. Go ahead.
All right. This dude minimized migration from within Africa, from the Victoria up to Nile. He's always minimized it, right? They talk about the cataracts, and they talk about all of this and all of that. We're talking about people on foot. People have have always historically settled on the banks of rivers everywhere in the world. People have always encountered dangerous animals and have still survived all over the world. I was giving an example, and I'm going to give that same example. But so when Sheffrin said, oh, it was dangerous, existence for human beings has always been dangerous. Migration has always been dangerous, but yet still he minimized migration from darker skinned Africans, from areas according to the skin map where darker skinned Africans would have lived up into the Delta. Because darker skinned Africans are not as intelligent as lighter skinned Africans when it comes to find Egypt. I'm done my argument. All on have a breadbone mentality. Light skinned people have no. Walk watch the light skinned man.
Gullah, hold on one second. We heard you, Gullah. Hey, Chef, I just want to let you know the chat, and then I'm going to go to Corey. The chat is literally blaming you for all of this, bro. They said that you one night last week, your ass went live, and everything that happened after that is your fault, bro. I'm just letting you know. So you can read in the chat and go defend yourself, but I'm just letting you know.
I'm going to defend myself because I ain't talking to you no more.
Yeah, they laying this at your feet, brother. All these shows. It's your fault, bro. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. I ain't even reading the chat, but all this shit Chef fault. Yeah,
I'm just glad it's somebody.
All this shit Chef fault.
Go ahead, Corey.
Oh, I see it. I don't even know what I was.
Yeah, I forgot.
It wasn't. It wasn't important. It wasn't important.
You know what I find
Go
so
ahead.
fascinating about this conversation is that y'all, the ones that know, y'all just as bad as the ones that don't know. Because Howard is trying to figure some shit out. And the way y'all explaining, you're explaining it almost like a diss record because he don't know. So you calling them dumb without calling them dumb. But then all the ones that know, y'all have no agreements in this conversation at all. Like none. Y'all can't agree on, or y'all the smartest people in the room, let y'all tell it. But y'all can't agree on water and ketchup being red. So at some point, if the Egyptians is black, if we, or I don't fucking know, if the Egyptians is black or they ain't black, I'm trying to figure out what is all the auxiliary shit about. Is it to prove Egyptian ain't black or is black, or is this a whole nother conversation y'all having?
Yeah, I had no idea.
I don't know. I don't know why
I don't know, bro.
With the Egyptian conversation, and the reality goes out the window and shit, and it'd be all kinds of. Everybody be talking about all kind of other shit.
Yeah, me and Howard on the right track, and we talking about Northeast African corridor. We ain't talking about the rest of damn lake and all the other shit. Like, you think Africa's like damn Smurfland? Everybody the same? Everybody getting mixes and got different stories. Like, we got different reach with different stories and different gene pools and different contact points. Everybody ain't getting Eurasian admix at the same damn time. Like, what movie this nigga's looking at, bro? Like,
we on the same page, Gullah. We on the same page. I'm tracking with you, brother.
Yeah, y'all on the same page. All right, so
it's stupid.
But is it about? But is this? But I heard Willie Mammoth from Polar Bear, and I know we was talking about Africa. So my question is, are y'all having an Egyptian is black conversation or something else? That's what I'm asking. Or is this a separate conversation?
Who knows?
Is this like a Mediterranean?
I don't know, bro.
Who knows?
I know. Like, bro. If you think otherwise, but I think serious. As an educated person, I think something is wrong with that dude, bro. He got an issue. Like, what's wrong with him? You heard how he handled his women, bro. Like, he got issues, bro. It's deeper than Egypt. Like, he can't even motherfucking comprehend straight. He saying shit motherfuckers ain't saying. It's like retarded because he be talking in his damn head and not listening. What's wrong with it? You just want to be the motherfucking coat master or something.
yo.
Well, some people are more versed in areas than that.
Hey, Corey. In the chat. It's a nigga dead serious. I don't know who Egg Beats is. Be a funny motherfucker. It says, dude is a government agent who started this conversation to distract us from the Epstein files.
Right.
Y'all funny as hell with this agent shit. I hope I never make it to the status of being an agent in the conscious community. Because when y'all get mad at a motherfucker, either you start calling them pedophile or some crazy shit, or at some point that motherfucker worked for the CIA. The CIA got so many employees, it's ridiculous, bro.
That's where the budget's going. That's why we can't have universal health care.
The CIA they sit in a room and the CIA saying Sadetta must be stopped. They actually focus on Sadetta like he Gaddafi or some shit. This shit funny. I don't know. I'd like to, every time I want to participate in these kinds of conversations, I go right to this. I couldn't have this conversation more than once. I couldn't, because I don't even think y'all talking about Egyptians being black at this point. I think y'all might be, the title is Underqualified and Uneducated is a Bad Mix for Black Egypt Conversations. And the banner says, personal beefs, grifting, and snake oil everywhere. This is not scholarship that they talking. All these conversations fall under personal beefs, grifting, and snake oil. At some point. Even when it starts, it'll start with a slide. It'll start with good information. and the shit will finish with somebody an agent, somebody a pedophile, somebody a drunk, somebody on drugs. It's never, this is some personal shit. This is just some personal shit. And rather than just spend an hour calling somebody a piece of shit, they just trying to make them seem dumb.
Well, we started with the before you hit the button, we had started with Unc's critique of Corey's statement that when you're talking about Egypt and all of that, you're talking about some Levant niggas. You feel me? And then we went into, is there anything true about what Corey, is saying about the Levant? So man, Gullah has squared off about the Levant and what is considered. I said it was at one time considered part of the greater Levant. So it was in the conversation of the Levant. So we argued about that, and then Stu Pease disagreed with it, right? And then when I say other names that get thrown in, that connects that part of Africa to Asia is like the Fertile Crescent, and then he disagreed with that. You dig what I'm saying? So, and that's when you hit the button. You know what I mean? And we never got back to those 2 points.
So go back to that there, Corey, if you could talk. So when you say it's so people don't even agree on that statement. I don't know what that means, but since they all started from that, I'm assuming that's a disagreement between you and Dude. So if it's all started from that, what are you saying by saying that statement, the Levant thing Chef was just talking about? And then I guess, Chef, what is is Corey wrong? Is he incorrect? Is it too broad? Or what? Like, why is that?
It might be too broad, and it misses the point. But it speaks to his argument, right? Of saying that these people was all kind of mixing in the same type of people. We call it now MENA. If you look at it, they call it MENA now, the Middle East and North Africa. So even now, they still use a more updated term, right, that the greater Levant was using. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like, just because the term is outdated, it don't mean that it wasn't speaking of something specific. So if I read something from an older work and it talks about the greater Levant, I'm smart enough to know that they're talking about MENA now. You dig what I'm saying? That's just like if I read something prior to 1960 and they're talking about the word Negro. I know they're talking about the Black Africans. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I know I can read a J.A. Rogers and know what the fuck he's talking about. I ain't gonna say though all of his information is wrong because we don't use that term no more. No, that term was talking about who we're talking about now as sub-Saharan Africans. You feel me? Like they just don't use that term no more. You feel me? So I mean, that's how I look at it. But people think that you can't use those old terms no more or understand the anthropologists who used it back in the day, right? Like, no, you can still read that shit. That shit is still informative now. You dig what I'm saying? That's like Darwin used certain language, right? Everybody loved Darwin though, right? But he used certain language that we wouldn't use right now. You wouldn't say that all of his shit is outdated because of the lexicon that he chose to use in the 19th century. You dig what I'm saying? But that's my point.
Oh yeah.
And to
like me. Oh bad.
Go ahead. Gullah love this shit. Love this.
Well, and so to my point, and Sheffrin actually nailed it too. But to my greater point, right? The reason why, and I understand that it's a broad, that I'm using it broadly. That is broad, right? And that's kind of the way that I'm using it. It's purposely the way that I'm using it. Because I like to distinguish now, because Africa, I always say Africa is the most diverse continent on the planet, right? So my question was always not whether they was black or not. Really, that's not really. I never really came into it for that. Although I don't think they was black, right? I just always wondered. I began asking the question, well, why is we even concerned with Egypt? Because we from the Bight of Biafra and the Bight of Benin, right? That's a geographical area. Now it's a very broad. See, my thing is very broad, right? So we're from a way different region, right? And we can say, oh, well, everybody, yeah, I'm using a broad term here. We're from the Bight of Benin and the Bight of Biafra, right? Why in the good fuck is niggas arguing and concerned and changing their names to some niggas that's way clear over here in the Levant, right?
My nigga Corey. That's why I fuck with this.
That's why I'm concerned, right? And then so the argument goes further. So like when you can't be honest and say, okay, yeah, you're right, fine, we are way different niggas than them, right? But we just like them niggas. Like, look, that's the honest thing. Like I would have shut the fuck up. You would have never heard me say another word if they would have just said that. Yeah, I understand, Corey. Yeah, we different niggas than them. I understand that. And I understand the diversity of Africa, right? We just like the niggas. We like what they did. You know what I'm saying? We like those kind of Africans, right? So, but they don't do that, right? They got to be dishonest and flim flam and hem haw around. And I ain't saying what I am saying, but I did say what I said, and it was on YouTube, and I said it, but I'm gonna act like I didn't say it and all the bullshit, right? So then I go even further, and it's like, bro, like these people, they were Mediterranean niggas, right? You know what I'm saying? Because look, I try to explain to them like about the Eastern Mediterranean basin, right? So when you got that Eastern Mediterranean basin, it's very easy to trick up and down that little coastline, right? You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is, it's even in the Bible, right? That's why I was always saying, like, they even biblical, like these are y'all claiming, right, to not be with the Bible, and y'all love Egypt so much, right? But these would have been the same kind of niggas. They would have been the same niggas, right? All these niggas in the Levant is running back and forth, making love, making babies, falling out, falling in war, conquering one another for centuries on end, right? They writing about it. They write about it extensively, right? And so this is what I'm saying. Like, it's obvious that this is a region, right? And this region that these niggas is from is not the region that we from. That's all I was saying. Like, I don't like whether they was black. I don't think they was black, but that's not a concern of mine. Like, I don't really give a shit about whether the Egyptians was black. They wasn't my type. They were not my people. As a matter of fact, they helped out doing a lot of they was a part of the trans-Saharan slave trade, as far as I understand. Now, somebody might can tell me, well, no, you lying or you got that fucked up, and I changed my mind on it, right? But as far as I understand, right, they were had some dealings as far as the trans-Saharan slave trade goes on. So, like, I wouldn't. Why am I giving a fuck about these niggas? Like, shit. Why am I revering anything about what these niggas did before I revere West Africa? Why would I pass up West Africa like these niggas say on live TV? Well, we fly over West Africa to get to Egypt so we can take Egypt back from the white man. That's what I'm arguing against. Taking Egypt back from the white man. Like it was ever you niggas, right? You niggas is from the fucking Bight of Biafra. Let them Egyptians take Egypt back from the fucking white man. You got shit you got to worry about over here in the Western Hemisphere. That's your problem. Not over there in the MENA. right? In East Africa and Asia and all this old shit. You know what I mean? It's wild. But go ahead. I think an Egyptian would have looked just like Jesus, right? And I think Jesus would have looked just like a goddamn Palestinian right now. But if that's what y'all, if you asking me what I think, what the ancient Egyptians look like now, because that's what we're talking about. What the ancient Egyptians look like before you get, because everybody want to talk about it was a Ptolemy period, and all these white folk came in, which I don't think they were like pale white anyway, but that's a whole nother topic, right? But what I'm saying is the Egyptians, right, would have looked no different than what you see in Palestine and that Levant area, the goddamn Sinai Peninsula and all this old area, right? They wouldn't have looked no different. I don't know why they would have looked any different than the motherfuckers that's there now. Like,
I agree with Corey.
Maybe they would have been a little darker. I think they would have been darker, right? They would have looked just like the motherfuckers that's there now. I think they would have been darker because they would have been more outside than the modern people today. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't have houses and air conditions and cars and shit like that, right? So even those Palestinians would be darker than they are today. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. That's my ignorant spiel on it, right?
I would say a few of them would have been darker from having sex too, and having offspring with Nilo-Saharan and other African groups.
Absolutely.
But you had range though. Yeah. You had range though, and that happened more often in upper Egypt, and then lower Egypt you had more Levantine. You know what I'm saying? You're raising back migration admixed. But that base group that I was talking about at the beginning, that first mix, you know what I'm saying? That always, you know what I'm saying, remained there. You know what I'm saying? Even after all the mixing is coming later, that base group is the foundation of group.
Yeah, I don't understand why we always be talking about like 40,000 years ago, because they don't really give a damn about. No, who gives a damn about 40,000? What they give a damn about is the pyramids and the kingship and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they give a damn about, Gullah. Let's be honest. Am I talking shit here or what? What these niggas give a damn about is not this Basil motherfucker who left out of Africa, 50,000, 70,000. They don't give a damn about that shit.
That's a good point, Cole.
But even the Levantine component, the SLC component, when that came in, when the goats and sheep came in around 7,000 BCE to 5,000 BCE, that's when they began getting lighter around there. Not saying that they overturned the whole population, but we still have corner looking type niggas even of the day. You go to Luxor, Upper Egypt, whatever. But that Levantine shit, that shit that they say that came in during the Arab period, that shit came in during the middle damn Neolithic.
Hey, that was about 40,000, wasn't it?
Go ahead, go.
Mm-hmm. When they had the earlier back migrations there.
Yo.
30, 40. Mm-hmm.
You on mute. Hey, so go, Corey, somebody asked, and then I'm gonna go to you now. Somebody said, I wonder if Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria did what the ancient Egyptians did. Would African Americans claim all of Africa, or would they just claim where they originate from West and Central Africa? Is that a cogent point, or is he just talking shit? I really don't know.
I think it's a good point. If I'm hearing it correctly, I may not be hearing it correctly. He's saying like, why you niggas ain't worrying about, you know what I'm saying? Because the niggas in Tunisia don't look like. Have you seen niggas in Tunisia and shit? Like, they don't look like me. I'm just gonna say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so why y'all ain't worrying about that? Why y'all ain't trying to take that back from the Arabs and shit? You know, it just don't make sense to me. You know what I mean? I believe that's what he's saying. I could be wrong though.
Hey, can I add something real quick? I would say the reason why.
What's up,
Hold
bro?
on, let me say something
That's
real
Ngozi?
quick. Just real quick. I ain't gonna be that long. The reason why using Negroid and shit like that is problematic. Oh, we know what you mean. But it don't give the diversity no justice. When you say, oh, these Negroids, they don't even give your ancestors justice. We come from Woodland, Savannah, and Niger Congo Africa. We don't come from Nilo Sahara. We don't come from Khoisan. Which Negro are you? You know, you're saying Negro, that's a broad, colloquial term because these groups don't even ain't related. Damn, Nilo Sahara is just as different from Niger Congo people as the motherfucking India is to the motherfucking East Asia. You know what I'm saying? These are diversity. Like you say Negro, they don't tell you anything. Well, we come from the Negro. What you want? You come from Niger Congo, Nilo Sahara, or you come from the Armada group. So like that Negro shit, that shit out there is obsolete and it's problematic to the conversation.
Okay. Is that in? You said that's in Ngozi, sure?
No, I'm right here.
That's not in Ngozi, I don't think.
No, I'm right here.
No name.
That is in Ngozi? Okay, shouts
no,
to
I'm
you.
right here. No, that's me right here. I didn't say nothing yet.
Shouts to you, brother. Shouts to you.
Peace and love. I didn't say anything yet.
Oh yeah, so my thing with the Negro, right? I think it gives I think when the Egyptian conversation is had, we're having the race phenotype argument more than anything else. Now the nuance and stuff that y'all talk about is great, right? But that's not what the majority of the people that's listening are trying to ascertain out of the conversation. Right. They'll admit, yeah, I get the diversity in its different groups, but is they black? Is they Negro? So that's what they're, you know what I'm saying? So that's
But
they
they want
real. They want to get to the bottom line.
That ain't on us. Them niggas need to grow up. That ain't on us. These childish motherfuckers need to grow up.
No, it is on us because that's what they come in the air. You feel me? That's what they come in the air.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying? That's what we're talking to.
Can I say something right quick on this subject?
Go ahead, get yours.
So let's just make it plain flat out. When motherfuckers talk about niggas or Negroes, they talking about black Africans. Primarily people that we descend from, West and Central Africa. Let's just be honest. And the Egyptians was not that. The Egyptians was not that. Even when you go back to the pre-Proto-Neolithic culture, them people was highly admixed for a very long time. And Libertine, North African Libertine, should be the best proxy that we use for those people. We talking about even the stratum that was really related to later Tyrians, or even like you got to go all the way near Aswan, where you find a little higher component of Nilotic layers of signals. Even the Badarians at that time that was distinct from the ones further north were highly admixed. You can look at the old studies from 1971 and they talk about the morphologies and they like to say shit like intermediate and all that. That ain't nothing but a Natufian-like population that's already been lingering in those areas for a long time. That shit stretched from the Sinai all the way to Morocco, the Skeret Rosie population. So what I'm saying is that when people talk about this, they wasn't that. They were not us. They wasn't highly Nilotic in the sense of what we see in the sense of Dinka-like populations. They would have been very close to the people that you see in dynastic times, beginning dynastic times. They would have been very close to the people that you see in Egypt today. And people are trying to take those people away from their heritage and history. So the blackologist is trying to say that they were us or some type of black people. And they like to linger things
Brother
in to blank open.
Brother Ngozi,
yes,
can I pause you for a second?
That had to be pure as fuck. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Not locked it. When you say they were not highly, I don't even not locked it. Does that mean they were not highly West African looking? What does that mean?
No.
A lot of hold on. Let me just say this.
I didn't know.
Let me just say this. Nilotic isn't one population. So Nilotic is just groups of people near the Nile. Some people think Nilotic, they're imagining Dinka or Nuer type people. But when you look at the studies, when they see Nilotic, these are just populations near the Nile. So that doesn't mean Dinka-like population.
Oh, you said Nilotic. Okay.
Yeah, Nilotic. So I'm not talking about I'm not talking about like Dinka or Noor. So even when you go towards the Upper Egypt region, right? A lot of the populations would have had indigenous autochthonous, more like a Tokohori segment in there. And then you might find Dinka-like segments in other areas, but it wasn't the majority when it comes to Egypt. They were already filtered and mixed with Neolithic Levantine populations, even if they were darker. So my best proxy that people should use for Upper Egypt is Northern Egyptians look like Palestinians. Upper Egyptians look like people in Yemen or Socotra, or the people that you see there now. They would have been dark. They would have been nothing like Dinka, nor even if they had tropical limb proportions, which is long limbs. The body breadths, when you look at the shoulders, would be distinct from the limb proportions. So these people, these authors, that's why I caution everybody, like especially when it comes to Western academia, because they talk in circles where it doesn't really end it. And it seems like they're trying to keep a confused thing going between white and black, and it's not white and black, it's bullshit. So Western academia keeps a filter, but the truth of the matter is the modern Egyptians are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. They are not Dinka, they are not Noor, and even when you look at terms like Ethio-Somali, like that phenotype did not start in the Horn of Africa. It started in the Egyptian Levantine area before even going down there. People are playing games. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah, hey, that was a good rundown.
And I was saying, they didn't let me finish my rundown because the Sufi must not fast interrupt me. I was going through the whole damn timeline. You know what I'm saying? To break it all the way down.
I got a question for Brad when you get done.
And all this
Go ahead, brother.
No, was you done, Della? You was done saying what you said?
Oh, no, he went on mute. He went on mute.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, I wanted to know now what Ngozi said right there, because this is what I be wanting to know. What was that clear to you? Because to me, that was crystal. Like you could, if you got any questions after that, like whether he wrong or not,
I was about to say that. Hold on, but. So, Brother Ngozi, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Ngozi is the E1, B1, that's the guy, right?
Yeah.
All right, so my fault, and that's no disrespect. It's just, I don't really know these people.
Bro. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know the people. But
it's okay.
I don't understand the terms or really but it's very clear as far as as a layman. So if I did understand the context and everything, I would be more clear. But not knowing anything or even caring about the conversation, that was about as clear today as I've heard this conversation. So yeah, I don't even need to know the term. I don't even need the context. That's just like a bare bones. To me, if you're fighting that, then you just got a problem with Ngozi. You don't really it ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like it ain't really, you're not even having this conversation. You just want to fight. So,
hey, Brad,
you're
right, bro. I'm a layman like you. And I've been listening to Ngozi for years, not understanding. But, he answered my question. And, yeah, it puts everything into perspective. Yeah. He knows who they are. He knows. So, yeah, I'm with him. I'm with him. Thank you, Ngozi. And Gullah, too. Thank you, too,
I think what Chef said, though, was important, that when everybody's trying to be so specific and so, overeducated with no education, a lot of times they just miss the point of people just want to know. It's something specific. I just want to know, not all the other stuff and this, that, and the third. I just want to know. So if you explain it that way, it's more clear for the audience to listen to.
Yeah, not only that.
Yeah. You know what?
All I was saying is even at the base level of them 30,000-year-old, even before 30,000 years ago, when you get that base level of them motherfucking East African hunter gatherer people, them motherfuckers ain't even us. They're my cousins. We took them a sister breast of them, and them ain't even not us the Saharians. Them a whole different shape African indigenous group. They're not even nuts in the first place. That's why I was breaking down all the way down from there. That's right. Going through the timeline.
Yep, that's right. They already went through genetic drift. So the bottom line, Egyptians were far away from us. On the PCA or any scale, they were not us at all. Even if you had some that was darkly pigmented in skin tone, morphologically, they still would have fell in line with us in phenotype. They wasn't us at all, bro. We were far off from these people. I'm talking about far off. I'm talking about 40,000, 60,000 year separation. Homo sapiens diverged all over the continent at a 315,000 year mark. And then they're going through a bunch of genetic drifts independently. So the populations that make us up already had set layers that also had multiple genetic drifts and other things, and found effects even within our own populations, distinct from early North Africans. Man, my shit just died.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the only group that connects us to the group. Is them old ass group that split off in a different direction.
And that's a long time. That's a long time.
Yeah. We us, West Africans, Malo-Saharians, and Proto-Afro-Asiatic groups all split from a Northeast African hunter-gatherer type group, that had their own diversity and split in different directions. They became other people, mixed with other people, became different groups.
And that's like 60,000. That's like 60,000 to other layers of time, way before. We ain't got shit to do with them people. It's like fall, bro.
So Ngozi, the question then would be, and this is to the panel, but start with Ngozi. So then, if you sound very clear, you sound very confident, you sound very concise. So if it's that clear, if it's that confident and that concise, what about the other argument on the other side of this makes it even like a conversation? Like, where's the confusion per se? Like, how is this conversation lasting so long, or are people just talking to each other?
I think that there are deep personal beefs in between. This shit is not complicated when you look into it. It's deep issues going on amongst the black community. And to be honest with you, niggas just don't like each other. We got different groups, more science, and we like to keep up the confusion. In the underground world, this shit sells, right? It sells. People want to keep this shit going. Most of the people don't even believe half of the shit they say to themselves, right? But they have to keep this shit up going. I mean, they have to keep it going. I mean, once you look into this shit, bro, it makes sense. And then it's like when you fully understand human evolution, or you fully understand biology, race shit get thrown out the window any goddamn way. It doesn't even make sense when it comes to the idea of race. When you fully understand biology, it doesn't make sense. Yes, we have our difference in variation and traits, which is independent for different groups of people for certain regions, but it doesn't separate any Homo sapien from being a separate species or even a different subspecies. Homo sapien sapien is only one surviving type of us that exists today, even though we have variations within our Homo sapien family, but it doesn't separate us. So when you fully understand evolution or you fully understand biology, none of this, the conversation is good for entertainment, but there's a deeper issue going on if you really look deeper into it. And then when we get closer, it's better to say straight flat out, Egyptians were not Negroid. When we talk about a Negroid, from layman's terms, we know what a Negroid is. We're talking about black populations. They were not Ghanaians, Yoruba, Igbos, not even Fulani. Anything south of the Sahel or near the Savannah populations, they wasn't that. And that's just a fact, bro.
Plain and simple.
They wasn't that. They were North African Libertines. That's what they were, North African Libertines, and that's been a shared consistency. That's been a shared consistency between North Africa and Levant for 23,000 years. So the best term is MENA, Middle East, North Africa. That's it. Shared affinities. That's it.
So when we say that it is personal beefs, because even if the conversation on one side is so clear, the only reason you really could be talking to the other side is you really kind of sort something out, something personal, or it's entertainment. You grifting, you trying to sell something, but the conversation is essentially not really like a academic conversation. It's more like an entertainment conversation.
It's entertainment and personality. Personality, but basically, if it's basically people don't like certain personalities. So if it's coming from this personality, they don't like a lot of people don't like Ngozi. That's okay. That's a character. So some people, they don't like that. That's fine. But it's a personality thing. So it's not about the information.
Yeah.
It's nigga, I don't like you. That's what the bottom line is.
Yeah, I can dig that.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like Brad.
I can dig that.
Like Brad, I clearly gave that dude an example of the Bayesian region, and I gave him a modern proxy of what the people might look like. And he acted like he didn't know what the people look like, and he probably seen the people 1,000 times before. Acting like you got Google, yo. If I say it well, let's just Google it. You got and fucking thinkers and shit. Like, come on, bro, it's 2026.
No, it's not that. I wouldn't classify Stu Peace as goofy. I will classify Stu Peace as this. If he don't like you, it don't matter if you say today is Monday. He gonna find a way if he feeling a certain way that day. Like he's around people he don't like all the time, and he don't say nothing. But if he feel like today is gotta be that.
To me, yeah, but my perspective, that's goofy. The dude added me on Facebook to ask me to learn some shit, and then he said it, and all he did was motherfuckers try to disagree and try to argue and debate me and shit. So dude weird, bro. These motherfuckers, a lot of these people be weirdos.
That's the mind of humans, man. And men, you know, we're driven by testosterone, so we find ways to compete and find ways to disagree and to find ways to, you know, even if we're right, we find it's just competition. This is what we do as males. So it's like, even with this underground information, we're intellectually debating one another to keep it going. It's entertaining and to keep us going. This is our way of expressing ourselves. So, and you got to watch certain people that try to come to you to learn, because they only come to you to learn so they can attack you later. It happens all the time with people. You know, they sit under you, they learn you, and then they try to expose you. They try to get personal. So you have to be careful with people.
Or like a personality worship kind of thing. They may not necessarily even want to learn from you, but they admire you in a way per se. So then it's like it comes out and that kind of thing. One of the things I think the conscious community suffers from, and I blame COVID for this. I don't know what they did before COVID, but I wish that the majority of these conversations could take place face to face in the same room. I think the conversations would be less contentious. I think they would be less threatening, less name. I think some of that would be out of it. Because like you said, being led by testosterone, online behind a keyboard, you could be as gangster as, you know, whatever you play on Grand Theft Auto. But in real life, I don't think Chef got a saying that there's no way in the world, the way these people talk to each other online, there's no way that you could possibly be that way in real life, because you'd be dead or in jail.
Absolutely.
You can't all this, your mothers and this, that, and the other, you wouldn't say this in person. So I think that I would prefer, well, maybe COVID did it, a lot of these conversations before this, I think they would probably be more informative and less risque, I guess, in a way. But all right, Chef, that was a good one. Unless you got something, Chef Corey. Corey got his point out.
No, I mean, I think everybody reiterated. You dig what I'm saying? So it's best to try to understand what a person is saying versus, you dig what I'm saying? Like, I just don't attack a person point because I don't like the word or language that they're using. I'm trying to understand what they're saying. You dig what I'm saying? So like when he said 11-10, everybody kind of repeated, you know, in their own way, but it all equals out to the same thing. Middle Eastern, North African, Mina. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so it all, you dig what I'm saying? So, you know,
but being blown out of proportion.
Yeah. So, Chef, is this a new understanding? Are we just now getting on something that was already known, and we went levels?
Already known.
We had to go through levels to get to here right now.
Exactly. Yeah. But I'm sure Corey never read no shit about it. He just off of just looking at a map, he kind of, you know, still said the same thing that the experts were saying. Just by looking at a map and a basic understanding of history, he kind of figured out the region itself. You know what I mean? From listening to the conversation, he kind of put it right where it was supposed to be at. Like, it's not that complicated.
It's logic and common sense. It's logic and common sense, bro. I
always said it's a surface.
Okay, sorry.
My bad. I was just gonna say I always said it's a surface conversation, so it's not that deep. You know what I mean? Like just regular geography. You know, 5th grade geography would tell you. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like some people. It don't
Corey,
ride with your point.
Check it out. I'm gonna give him an excuse, Corey. Check it out. I first started reading this shit when I was like 25 by myself. And that's y'all. That's a long time. That's damn near 30 years. And my first book I read was the Chancellor Williams book. Was it Destruction of a Black Civilization? That's the first black book I ever read in my life. Bought it off Amazon, like, and just read it. And I'm like, damn, this is some, so I got into more and more things. Then I kind of got to figuring out that, damn, these niggas are making something what it is. What you say, when you just look at basic geography, you can't tell me that a motherfucker in Egypt thousands of years ago didn't go up into Iran and Iraq, and tell me that. Why wouldn't? You can't tell me that nobody came down into that. Like, you can't tell me that, bro. So that's when I started changing my own thinking. Really just trying to use, I'm not Gullah, I'm not Ngozi. They can go at another route. I'm just looking at it from common sense and, well, wait a minute, man. Y'all been telling me make good sense, because I'm just looking at this damn map, right? And there's no fucking artificial fences up keeping people out of certain areas. So yeah, go ahead, Corey. That's just kind of, my own little story in a short synopsis there.
Yeah, no, I can't do nothing but be repetitive. I mean, everybody done heard my stance on this Egypt thing. They done heard me say what I said earlier like 7 million times. The thing is, it's just like, yo, whether you want to be honest about what I'm saying, or do you want to keep saying, well, he's saying they Levant niggas, like, bro, I understand that Egyptians was African, right? But you can be more than one thing at the same time is my point. So, I mean, if you don't get that, if that's too much for you to understand, then
Corey, you a
that's
great
where the
lecturer.
conversation.
You a great lecturer. They don't get it.
They don't get that. They don't get that.
Corey, do you
been saying the
understand
Great
how?
Lakes is racist.
But Corey, do you understand how hard that is to take in? That Egyptians are Africans, but they don't look like other Africans. That shit is some hard. I'm telling you, for real, for me, that is some hard shit. It's even hard for them. And when I say them, I'm talking about Egyptians. Man, it is like a pulling fucking teeth for those niggas to admit they African.
No,
Those Egyptians that are there now, it's like pulling teeth. Be like, hey, nigga, you African. Well, I'm Arab and I speak Arab. I got the Arab culture. But no, nigga, you African. Well, Coptic did it. No, nigga, you African. Yeah, well, I'm kind of, but it's like, it's hard.
Yeah, and see, the thing is, and with the blackologists, I always say they fight against their own battle cry, because part of their battle cry is how Africa is the most diverse continent on the planet. Like that's some type of I guess virtue in the conscious community, right? But in that, I don't think they understand what that means. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they understand the implications of that, what that means. So,
because I've hit a lot of them over the head with that too, and they just want to be from pygmy to Dinka or something. That they feel like that's the thing. That's it. They want to stay with. I'm like, nah, nigga, it's much more than that.
Yeah,
Go ahead, bro.
Just a question I would ask: can something be African without it being dark? That's the main question I ask them. Can something be African without it being dark skinned? And if the answer is yes, we gotta relax.
And that answer is yes. But damn, do you know how hard that is for a nigga to take that in, DQ? That's hard.
But
Howard,
it's not that hard.
This is where we go into your blackology start betraying your education. And if your education, and then on top of that, I'm giving niggas credit for being educated when it's clear, just based off base concepts of the maps and reading and shit like that. It's clear most of the niggas is not educated in this. They just educated in the parts so they can argue about it, not necessarily know the whole conversation.
Yeah, the surface.
No, to be fair, when I talk to white people, they got the same
you know where I'm
concept.
coming from, Brad?
They think that
You know where
when
I'm
black
coming from,
means
Brad,
African, like, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly.
You know
White
where
people
I'm
think the
coming
same
from.
thing.
Where
Yeah, I know exactly.
I'm talking about your mental, what we've been educated, and I'm not talking about school. What we've been educated our entire lives is black is synonymous with African. And if you talk to people outside of our community, they have been educated like that too.
I was gonna say white people to say the same shit. White people think the same thing that like they even today, like yeah.
Yes,
but if you just learning but my point is though, if you just learning to argue, then we're not even having a sincere conversation. And then if you did learn, this is what I mean by the blackology part. The blackology part of the betraying your education is when you do learn that shit is not necessarily true, or is it true, you wouldn't hold on to it after learning it. If you learned it, the shit had a story. Hold on. If you learned it, no, I know. But if you learn, we talking about, see, we're not talking about like 1960. Where you was trying to make sure education wasn't being taught from a Eurocentric point of view. So you had to kind of correct a lot of shit because it was this, that, and the other. I'm not saying that doesn't happen now, but in 2026, at your own fingertips, you can get the answers that you're looking for. You can get to the truth, right? You can get to the exact thing. You can hear what Chef say, hear what Corey say, hear what Stu P say, hear what Gullah say, and then go look up some shit yourself from a source and get the actual information. But if you can't accept the actual information,
that's the issue. That's the point.
That's what I'm saying.
The point.
But that's a personal thing. That's not like you don't need to have a conversation with 30 people to realize your blackology is not going to allow you to accept this information. Well, the reason why I say these niggas is grifting though, hold on, Howard. Why I say these niggas is grifting though, and being snake oil salesmen, is that they actually playing to your vulnerabilities in that way.
Yeah,
they know that you can't. They literally they're educating or trying to bring people to literacy that they know at the end of all of this, all they want to see is niggas argue, scream, and yell, and they want to pick a side. So I would say on the Egyptian is black side or Egyptians ain't black side, it's people on both sides that probably agree with the other side. But they basically but they worshiping the personality of the nigga that's leading they side.
That's your problem. You be
and they ain't leaving they side because they think this is a good nigga. Like, you know, I like what this guy's saying. I don't even like that other motherfucker. I don't care if you say 2 + 2 is 4. Is 5 today. So it don't really. This is a bunch in snake oil. I know it sounds educational.
It is.
But I don't even
also,
teach.
Can I put this in, Brother Brass? It's
no,
also
nigga. Whoa.
Go ahead.
First off, don't ever in your life on a live show ask me,
stop it.
Can I put this in, Brother Brass? Pause.
Oh.
Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic because I'm feeling shaky right now. I gotta give me some water or something. Go ahead. But talk to the panel, not me. God.
My bad. I apologize.
Listen, Brian, let me put this in real quick.
Yeah. You know, yeah.
What did you say, nigga?
Cool. My bad.
What did you say, nigga?
Hey, that's why I don't even play. I don't even play pause. It's too kiddie for me. I'm
Yeah. But I understand. That's I understand. I don't trip on that.
We pausing your ass in TMI land. I'm your fuck.
We don't do that in the Midwest, but
that's a younger generation.
I understand where they coming from.
Yeah, I don't trip on it. You know, I just. Yeah,
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with myself.
It'll be paused all day on the construction site.
And I don't got
some of the shit they said on the construction site.
But if I thought Brass thought I was on some real gay shit or something, I don't think that. what's going
That's
on.
the joke about it.
I don't-
That's the joke about it, y'all. That's the joke about it. We all know everybody here gets females. We all know people married. That's the joke about it, y'all.
It's
So,
human.
come on.
It's
That's no
human.
problem.
It's human.
And I don't.
Hold on. Wait.
Y'all
Grass, I don't forgot
have
what
a
the fuck I
blast.
wanted
Y'all have
to
a
say.
blast.
So y'all go ahead.
Yeah, y'all can have a
Hey,
y'all can
Howard.
have a blast. Y'all can have a blast. I ain't playing.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's humor. As soon as you try to take it serious, it makes no sense.
It makes
That's
it
why
not
you can't
funny.
take. That's why you're not. It's not meant to be like literal. Bro. It's humor.
Yeah. I don't trip on that, but I damn
Fella,
sure
you better
forgot
not
what
leave
the
the
fuck I was
Midwest,
gonna say.
Gullah. You better not leave the Midwest. You too Midwest out, Gullah. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like you Midwest out, bro. But go ahead, Howard. Say, go ahead and
No,
say, Howard.
Hey, Brass, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say.
Oh no, you.
That was the tactic. It was the tactic, Howard.
Yeah, it probably was. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot.
If you get it back, let us know.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all. And Gullah, I saw you dancing, bro. I don't know. Say you ain't no Fred Astaire or Fred a nigga. I don't know, Gully. No. What that out.
You talking about when Gullah was on the salsa? That shit was fly as hell to me. I thought that shit was pretty fly.
You said what now? You said what you don't understand, bro?
It was that Mexican dance.
He was saying he didn't understand why you.
No, that ain't. No, you been. No, y'all didn't make Mexican. Mexican don't do that, bro.
Mexican to me.
Yo, do you know Gullah?
No,
you know
bro.
Chef Gullah. You know Chef 10 times longer pause than me. You know he say Mexican just to piss you off, bro. Don't fall.
Exactly. You gotta know this nigga, man.
You gotta know by now. Mexican is to throw you all the way off.
No, that nigga can be Caribbean, Santeria, and he gonna say it's Mexican. Like that nigga funny to me.
He explained this to them with pictures, detail, and sources. Not even 2 weeks ago.
I would say
Chef came right back today. And said that was that Mexican shit. Immediately.
Nigga need help, bro.
Nah, Mexicans don't got no drum beat.
I saw you in 4K, nigga. I'm like, well, I'm just saying, I don't know.
Hey, I thought he was killing that shit, though. You know how vulnerable you gotta be to do that shit and put that shit on? That shit was fly to me. Hey, don't let these niggas.
Yeah, that's my.
Oh no, Gullah.
That's the Afro-Cuban. That's the Afro-Cuban in me, yo. I'm Afro-Cuban and I'm African American. And then my Gil Afro. So that's my African American, Afro Latino at the same time, yeah.
Okay,
I got Afro.
Okay, I just was talking about your cutting the rug. I don't know, cutting the rug or sliding the rug. I don't know, but you know, I'm gonna have to send another video. I want to see. I want to see another.
You were hitting that hoe. That's all I'm trying to say. In nigga terms, you was hitting that hoe. Hitting that bitch.
Shit. Oh,
that's
shit.
your problem. You be believing anything somebody tells you or put in a book.
Niggas that put in a book.
No, I'm just messing with you.
That's what black like when you say hitting shit like black Cubans when they say you hit that dance real good, they say they call it sugar. They say, oh shit, a zucada.
So,
you know, that's like a zucada is sugar is Spanish.
So you saying that you doing that dance that ain't Mexican? What what is it? Because I'm like chef. I don't know.
That's salsa. No, bro, that's salsa, bro. You think Mexicans are the only people that speak Spanish?
No, I didn't say that. I'm from the West Coast. I didn't know what a Filipino was. My ass got in the Navy. I thought them niggas was Mexican. So I just give you a point where I'm coming from.
Funny. That was funny in the bitch. I
thought
Filipinos was Mexican. That's funny.
Yeah,
no, salsa music is Caribbean. Yeah, salsa music is Caribbean. It's more Caribbean-esque. You know what I'm saying? It originally comes from Cuban rumba, which is African. You know, it's really African. It's African too. Like the roots of it is African. The dance.
Well, you know they do that in Spain too. Like I was in Spain for a while. I went to a
because
club and I got the sauce on my ass off, and
but it don't come from it
niggas
don't
in
come from
Spain
Spain though.
too.
It's a back that's a back migration. It
Oh,
back
that's a
migrated to Spain from the Latin America. You know what I'm saying? Salsa rumba, which is original salsa, comes from Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean culture, and African. You know what I'm saying? Same way African Americans created gospel music and blues. It's created by Afro Cuban people. You know what I'm saying? It became salsa. It became
migrated to
salsa. It
Spain.
became hold on. Let me finish. Bro. Hold on. Yeah, let me finish. It became salsa in New York when Puerto Ricans and Cubans, what I'm saying, brought it together and it became salsa and became got put on the world stage. But the original music is rumba. They even got the bongos, the drums, all that shit. There's a lot of African elements in it.
Okay, I got you. I believe you. But I'm a West Coast cat, so I didn't grow up in Dominicans, Jamaicans, Haitians. I didn't grow up around then. I grew up Mexican, and for Cali niggas, a Mexican includes Guatemalans and all those other motherfuckers. They all Mexican to us, even Filipinos. And we really think that until you get older and learn differences and shit. So no, I just didn't know earlier. I didn't know. Tell me Guatemala, nigga, that's me. Tell me he a Mexican too. All you niggas Mexican, and I didn't find out
Yeah,
that's very
if you go to
disrespectful.
if you go to Cuba, or if you go to Colombia, especially the black communities, you'll think you somewhere in damn Africa. You're like, why all these niggas speak Spanish? It's gonna be niggas, like straight up niggas looking like you, but they can also from the same part of Africa. Depends on
Yo,
the boat drop
when
their ass
I
off
was in
there.
Gullah, when I was in high school, I had a homeboy from Belize. This how dumb I was. I thought, cause this nigga was black, I thought Belize was in Africa. And I'm not lying to y'all. I swear to God. He was Belizean, and there's a lot of Belizeans in LA. I thought that was an African country. I didn't know that Belize is down where Belize. And but they look black as hell until
It's
I got
Central America,
older.
with a lot of them do. Yeah.
But check
Hey,
this
that's
out.
where
Did
it
you know
came
that
from.
Did you know that one of the biggest slave ports in that part of the world was in Belize? And I'm talking the African slave trade. Did you know that was one of the big slave ports in
Nope.
Belize? I learned that later on. Look it up, shit. I
I'm not
said,
looking
damn.
that up.
Yeah.
What you mean you ain't
Yeah,
looking
but
it up?
then a lot of them be but most of the black Belizeans be Garifuna. Garifuna are black, what they call black Arab, black runaways that what I'm saying, that used to mix with Native American and Carib people that in St. Vincent. But the British, what I'm saying, they couldn't handle them. They had, so they were so rebellious. They had to sign a treaty, and they took a lot of them to Guatemala and Honduras. So a lot of them Honduran, Belizean, Afro Guatemalans, they be really
Yeah,
got a full of people.
we
You
call
know
them
what I'm
all
saying?
Mexicans in LA. They all Mexicans.
Hey,
I'm just fucking
Whatever
with you.
y'all talked about today brought Aston B back into the conversation. So first off, Aston, Happy New Year. Hope everything is
I was
going
waiting
well.
for him to show up. I've been waiting for him to show up.
So, I noticed things like that, like immediately, like, oh, okay, so y'all must have said something profound because this person just came back in here. Brendan's in the chat, shouts to him. And the only person missing is Reggie, but I know he running from Chief X right now.
Chief X, bro. I saw that video. God damn, bro. That's
hey.
Dang.
Sometimes you gotta tell a nigga how you feel about him, I guess. So, but I do got a question for Reggie if he does come in here though, because this to go back to that Umar shit. But shouts to you, Aston. I see you in here. But yeah. So Chef, I think your job is done. You put the Thanos gauntlet on. You got everybody all mixed up and pissed off. Niggas doing shows on Sinetta. Motherfuckers calling each other pedophiles and putting their children on the screen and shit. I think your job is done, so I'm gonna need you to ease up off the pedal just a little bit, because the only thing left was for a motherfucker to get beat up or shot or some shit like that, and I'd hate to.
That's what we need
to see that.
Chef gonna have Reggie slap the shit out of Chief X, man. That video. Boy.
No, I thought I'm gonna say this though. Now, while I don't agree that motherfuckers should be saying shit like that online and all of that, I get it. I think publicly you leave that shit to the wayside or whatever. But in that same token, sometimes to get to where you need to get to with a nigga, somebody gotta go. No, hold on. Sometimes to get to where you gotta get to with a nigga, somebody gotta go all the way left, and then now y'all can see where y'all at. Because here's the thing, I'd rather him do that, as much as it was kind of distasteful, but as much as it may have left a sour pill, I still, at least Reggie now
was
know
it a sour pill for you, Brass, or did you giggle a little bit like me?
No, I didn't. I'm gonna be real. No, I'm gonna be real.
People that don't know, what did we miss?
Huh?
For the people that don't know, what exactly did we miss?
Oh, okay. Shouts to you. What happened was, I can't really tell you. Chef will really have to tell you. But him and Chief X did a video. I gotta go watch it at some point. But apparently he put Reggie's kids in the video, or his son in the video.
Yeah,
talking about
that was terrible.
And then I mean, shit. He called him
his job, and his old job.
Yeah, his job and lawsuits and
court
stuff.
case.
But then I don't know how this came across, so I don't want to be the person caught in libel. But Smalls, Sue Smalls, I'll give you his address. He said that he called that he was basically intimating that Reggie was a pedophile of some sort. Or that he gave him some kind of vibes or some shit, something like that.
Well, he asked the question like, why your family don't fuck with you, nigga? You must be something is up why your son and your ex-wife, or what he called a baby mama.
That was terrible. That was terrible.
Yeah.
So it was something along those lines.
That's foul.
It is, but my point,
that was
I understand that. I get it. But here's my point. I would prefer, and asking, you can tell me if you agree or disagree, or y'all, this would maybe be a different conversation we got. I find it better to operate and deal with niggas when I know what it 100% is. So if I know that this is how you feel and this is how you think, if I do choose to deal with you afterwards, at least I know that that's how you feel. You know what I'm saying?
But
like I know.
You willing?
Hold on. So what I'm saying, so my point is, and that kind of goes back to the show though, Howard. All of this shit to me, Aston, Howard, and anybody who can hear my voice, all this shit to me, when everybody's talking to each other, similar to like the Stu Peas and Gullah situation earlier. These is a bunch of niggas that really don't like each other.
Right.
And the thing is, they trying to discuss Egypt and have like a conversation where I'm informing you something, you informing me something. But the base level of it is, I really don't fuck with you.
Right.
And I don't think they always just say it. Some of them say it, but I don't think all of them say it. I don't think it's really like, because if you really didn't fuck with them, you wouldn't talk to them. But this Egyptian conversation is so fucking contagious, I guess, that somehow you feel forced to have to talk to a motherfucker that you don't like. But you don't have to talk to them ever. You don't ever have to speak to these people. But it's your Egyptian infection that's forcing you to be in conversations on the same panels and same rooms with and responding to shows and titles and names. All of that shit is because you really don't like them. You're not really having an Egyptian conversation. You're sorting out some personal shit. I at least respect the fact that Chief X didn't start talking about that and then start talking about Egypt. At least he just said all that ignorant ass shit so that Reggie know what it is. Now, if Reggie get on a panel with the nigga tomorrow or the next day, who's crazy, Reggie or him?
Well, no, here's the thing. Now, to me, it's entertaining, but I ain't Reggie. Because I laughed and I said, oh, yeah, that's fucked up. But I giggled. I'm not going to lie. But the shit was entertaining. But from Reggie's point of view, oh, nigga, you going to have, if I see you ever in life, for real, if I see you, oh, nigga, we going to have to, you know, yeah. We going to have to, you know, I ain't saying, y'all know. Nah, nigga.
But,
no.
But Howard, do you know how crazy it sounds? You know, my dad always taught me, before you make a decision, always picture this. I want you to, now they in New York. So if Reggie was to try to beat Chief X's ass over this conversation, I just would wish that Reggie would picture himself in central booking when the criminals in Rikers ask him, one guy says, I'm in here for carjacking, the other nigga says fraud, another nigga says assault, some shit like that. And somebody asks him what he's in there for, saying that you in here because you and another nigga disagreed over Black Egypt and a YouTube video, that sounds absolutely fucking insane.
I ain't gonna say that. I'm gonna say I'm in here for beating a nigga ass who.
Okay, now hey, Howard.
Well, why you beat his ass?
Yeah, why you beat his ass? Because y'all disagreed on the Levant or some silly ass.
Did he owe you money?
I ain't gonna say that.
Hey, Howard, hold on. I'm gonna go right to you, and then Howard.
I'm gonna
even if you don't want to tell the inmates what you think, then reverse it. When you get sentenced, because it's all elder abuse. These are all old niggas we talking about. So if you hit a nigga wrong, if you hit a old nigga wrong, you fuck around and speed up his time here on this earth. And now you about to get sentenced. And the shit all started from Corey saying we just a bunch of Levant niggas. See how stupid it sounds, bro? It's dumb.
Right. You are totally 100% right, Brass. I'm not disagreeing with you, but sometimes there's some nuance behind shit, and I damn sure ain't telling Corey when I'm in the cell.
I hate when you conscious community niggas use the word. Hey, you conscious community niggas.
Nuance.
Hold on. Y'all done fuck the word nuance up so bad that when I hear it used in plain vernacular, it makes me fucking nauseous when I hear people say nuance, because y'all done destroyed the fucking word.
But I think every time, but I think every time we mention that online, we are making it worse, right? We're actually, you know, that makes more people want to go watch it. You dig what I'm saying? So, because if a lot of people didn't watch it,
they started this shit.
No, let me get this out. So if we think it was immature and it's disgusting to even do that, you dig what I'm saying? Then we shouldn't highlight it for other people, because we black. You know what I mean? We like a little bullshit. So we're cracking this shit. You dig what I'm saying? So every time we mention it, and chuckle, right? And then we say, yo, I don't like that shit. Other people want to know, well, what is it? So they gonna go watch it. You know what I mean?
So we just gave him some views.
Hey, Chef, I think the majority of the shit y'all talking about when it comes to Egyptian is immature and irresponsible. And if that's the case,
that ain't the same.
No, it ain't. No, I'm not saying it's the same. But so, for example, when you do it like that, Paul, when we have that conversation like that, then what you can't do, what you should do within your right, is you can't say, well, dude was talking about you last night on YouTube, and this is what he said. It's the same shit. All of this shit is messy.
Hold on,
Howard. It's all the problem is not with what Chef said. The challenge is the content. All this shit is back and forth, chatty patty, messy shit. It ain't like this person challenged your scholarship last night and I need you to go back with a scholarship.
Yeah, it's different.
No, but that's not what's happening. When Chef said to Corey, did you hear what dude said last night? Oh, you didn't hear it? This is what he said. It's no different than we might as well have been sitting at a lunch table in high school talking about some shit that niggas said on the phone.
No, that's completely different. That
you think he said it for educational purposes?
No, listen. I didn't say, yo, he said you was stupid. I didn't. It was. I said I told him what he said about Corey's position. Right now, I'm a little bit hood, so maybe it didn't come off scholarly. Right. I don't have that ability. But basically, I was trying to do the same thing. And you see how me and Corey kept it on the conversation on Unc's critique of his position. We didn't move from that.
Oh, y'all on some other shit. I don't know about that. Y'all on some other shit.
Okay,
we didn't move from that.
Yeah, we didn't get to the immaturity part of it or whatever.
Okay,
no,
but Corey,
all right,
let me ask you this, Corey. Let me ask you this:
if we didn't get to the immaturity part, will be sometime next week or 2 o'clock in the morning at some point, because this whole shit is immature.
Well, let me ask Corey this. Let me ask Corey this. So maybe I'm fucked up and I'm old. Corey, if a nigga got online like Chief X and talk about your kid, your ex-wife, and this and that, are you saying that you gonna let it ride, or nigga, if I ever in your presence, then we gonna have to have a conversation?
That goes without saying. The thing is, it would wind up. So what it would do, so for me, right, what would wind up doing is highlighting things about my family that I don't really brag about, right? So you would see things about my family that achievements that my family made that I just don't even talk about. So that's all you would do. That's what the result was with Reggie. So I wouldn't really if I was Reggie.
At it another way, he got a kid that's doing great. Whatever.
Right. And the kid looks like Reggie. He actually looks like a dark-skinned Reggie. Like, actually, to me, you know what I'm saying?
He can look at it that way, but he trying to put it out there to spin it in a certain narrative.
But you can't, because I ain't going for it. So what I'm saying is, the average guy who got a half a piece of sense saw that, Reggie is who he say he is. You know what I'm saying? And this fool, looked like a fool by himself, trying to make Reggie look bad.
That is true.
But all he did is prove that Reggie
made him
who he say he is. You know,
I saw that.
But Reggie's not
but I'm saying you wouldn't slap him. You wouldn't slap the shit out that nigga for trying to do that to you.
These niggas
I might, if I was in his presence, and I thought about it, I might, knowing me, because I'm kind of a wild man. But I don't expect everybody to be wild like me, though.
Okay, then Corey and Howard, I got a question.
Yeah,
Corey and Howard.
Yeah, he might get the Will Smith. He might get the Will Smith from me.
So cool. Will Smith. So Corey and Howard and Gullah, I got a question. If we teach kids to use your fucking words, and a motherfucker say some shit to you, right? He didn't put his hands on you. He ain't threatening you to fight, no shit like that. He just said some salacious ass shit. At what point are we the idiots to believe, one, that two, and this is no disrespect to, I don't know how old Reggie and Chief X are, but I would assume
niggas is my age.
They pushing 60.
Right. So they either seniors about to be that. It ain't no way in hell that two seniors should be fighting over some shit that somebody said online.
No, not two seniors. If I'm a senior, you're right. You're absolutely right. I got you.
Right. So, and this is
Corey, but Howard,
stay right here. But this is what I mean by But this is what I mean by it all ends up in just mess, because when Chef tells Corey about such and such said about your scholarship, right? And then Corey responds with the scholarship, right? Corey also knows that underneath all of that, it's the nigga's drunk, the nigga dotted all this other bullshit. It ain't gonna stay there. You understand what I'm saying? All the shit with G-Fex and Reggie started with, I guess, because I think I was at that show. It was on Chef's show where they was disagreeing on some scholarship shit or something.
Right.
And then the next day or so, a full hour expose come out on Reggie.
Reggie
so it may say so. That's what I'm trying to say. Hold on.
Insignificant or something. That's what got him. Something Reggie said. He doesn't mean it. Innocent. That's what
I'm saying. But what I'm saying though is in this kind of scholarship, right? That's why I'm always hesitant to call this shit teaching or even call it scholarship.
Yeah,
because niggas will say shit like underneath. It's like a nigga saying some high level source stuff bullshit, but he's saying some high level source stuff shit. But underneath, because of all these years of the personal shit and the jabs and this, the nigga is talking to you about such and such and such and such, but all you hear is the ignorant shit. So underneath, Reggie probably said an hour of intelligent shit, but the only thing that he heard was
he's irrelevant.
That he's insignificant or irrelevant or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't call this shit scholarship. It's not. This is some personal shit that you just waiting to hear some bullshit. You just waiting to hear.
So hold on. So for me, and I might be about to go somewhere else, right? Because
you are.
Is Aston and Gullah still here?
Yeah.
All right. So for me, right now that the conversation is they are just African, right? For me, being my age, that wasn't the reason for us being taught about African civilization, right? That, you know what I mean? We were taught Egypt and different to have pride that our race actually participated in a civilization.
Did some great things.
Exactly. So to now just say that I was just saying that they were just African, if they ain't black African, right, who Europeans said that the black African was the uncivilized and the one that never, should be enslaved because they never was on the level of other people. That I thought that's why to Egypt and different. You know what I mean?
The beginning, though, yeah. You're right.
Hold on. So to now say that it shouldn't matter, well, I don't know if that's. I think that's disingenuous. You feel me? I think that's just that's disingenuous.
It's a hand hiding attempt. I think it's a hand hiding.
I don't get what you were saying. I don't understand what you were saying.
No, Chef is saying like, they started. Damn, go ahead, Chef. Do your thing.
This is Reggie. Can you hear me?
I'm saying the reason why Egypt.
We can hear you, Reggie. Let's Chef Philly.
Hold on, I'm saying that the reason why Egypt was presented to the black world, right, was for Egypt's achievements as a great civilization, meaning black people did participate in great civilization.
Something we can be proud of.
Exactly. So once the argument is okay, they wasn't black African, then if they was just North Africans that we always looked at as Arabs and separate from black Africa, then what the fuck is you still defending it for?
Yeah, it fucked the whole game up. It fucks the whole game.
Changes the whole scenario. So if you still defending it, you gotta be defending the black African, the black Egypt shit. That's, you know what I mean? What?
And Reggie on here now, he gonna fuck it all up.
Ain't nobody defending fucking Algeria or Tunisia. You feel me? People don't care. Not Morocco. The only reason we cared about Morocco is because we thought the Moors was black and they fucking invaded Europe.
That's
what
a fact.
To say
Yeah, I ain't never defend. Yeah, I ain't never defend no Egypt.
No, I'm saying what?
Chef cooking. Hey, Gullah, Chef cooking right
And
now.
that's what that
Chef is
chatter was
cooking.
question that Brass read from the chat. That's basically what he was. What he's saying, what Chef was saying, Brass, that chatter that you read to me.
Yeah. About the Tunisia, like if it's
I just so happen to know
the Egyptians, would you be claiming all of Africa also?
Hey, Chef, you
No,
cooking,
let
bro.
Reggie talk.
You cooking, yeah.
Let Reggie go in. Go ahead, brother Reggie.
Okay, so I have been on this subject for 40 years. That's longer than some of you have been born.
That's my whole life, Reggie. My whole life. Go ahead.
Reggie, am I on point with why we arrived at Egypt or why we held Egypt? And right, so that would be the only reason for the argument. Not that they
I think that Chef has a lot of good points, but
he was cooking.
I just want to add to it. So I joined the Department of Black Studies. I was a student, and then I joined ASCAD, which was something that the advanced students would join. Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations. One of the civilizations that we studied was Egypt, right? How we got to Egypt is because of in the late 1800s, Furman, the first ambassador of Haiti, one of the first ambassadors Haiti went to Egypt, and he said that Egypt is not what we think. We could see African people there. We could see black people there, right? Diop.
What you mean by black people, Reggie?
Come on, man. You know what black is. Come on, don't
meaning
slow
they look like.
Okay, I'm gonna let him cook. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what they meant was we identified ourselves as black from all of our hairstyles, our nose, our culture, and how can I say? And people of Haiti decided identified with being black, Noor, right? Noor, and a lot of that has to do with the enslavement. But nevertheless, we were separate than the other people. So when Furman went to Egypt, he said they looked like us, which was Noor, because they were speaking French then. Then a whole generation, a whole cultural movement began in France, largely in France, before it even hit America, about the Egyptians being Noor, black. Then our scholars started intersecting with the European world, right? And so when we did that, Dr. John Henry Clark, or first it was Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Dr. Leonard Jeffries met Diop in about 58, 57, right? Diop had written his African Origin of Civilization in 56. So my professor met him in 58.
Well, Reggie, can I interject something? You said that they said that those people were black, or did they say those people were African? I don't know if you playing word games or not.
I'm not playing word games. Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to?
My name
I need to know who I'm talking to.
My name is Howard.
Okay, Howard.
How you doing, Reggie?
Okay, fine, Howard. I said what I said, Howard.
Okay, but I wanted
word games. You are trying to change.
I wanted some clarification. I wanted some clarification.
Howard, I speak English.
He said they said that they were black. Noor. He said he said it.
I said it two ways.
Okay, but is that the correctly what they said, or did they say they were?
That's what they said. That's what they said.
Don't read.
I'm asking him the damn question, Chef. Don't answer for his ass.
I'm telling you that you are unqualified to ask me the question.
Come on, Reggie, don't do that, Reggie.
That the word is Noor, right? You can look it up.
Okay, go ahead, Reggie. Don't trip out. Don't spaz out on me. Go ahead, Reggie.
No, I'm saying
you don't gotta act bougie, bro. You be humble.
Look at Diop's works. Look at Diop and Obenga's works in French, and you will see Noor. That means black.
I got you, brother.
Oh,
I didn't answer the question. Why you mad?
I'm not mad. I'm really not mad. I am saddened that you have listening comprehension.
You sad? Okay,
I'm
go
very
ahead.
sad.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Right?
Yo, that is the funniest way to disrespect a nigga.
I'm sad.
He said, I'm sad.
I'm definitely gonna use that. I'm definitely gonna use it.
I'm using that, Reggie. I'm saddened because of your
saddened by your trick ass.
I'm gonna say that to my son. Matter of fact, you just gave me. Let me call my son real quick.
You tell him, no, Brass. You're not gonna tell your son you sad. I'm saddened. Your ass dropped 2 passes in cat. I'm saddened. No, but go ahead. Go ahead, Reg.
I am trying to help on the topic, right? You have a topic of this show, right? Unqualified and uneducated, right? And the reason why you did it is because you are saddened that so many people are unqualified and uneducated to be talking about a subject.
I'm finna go get my red beans and rice.
Hey, now you on point right there. Now you cooking. I didn't know that's where you was going, but now you cooking. You're 100% right.
So I support topics. I support topics. Now, Furman, who is a ambassador to Haiti, right? After the Haitians beat the French, right? It comes into a whole movement in France with Allion Diop. Allion Diop, not Cheikh Anta Diop. And there was a whole cultural festival where Black folks now identify, because many of the Black folks in France, watch this, were African already. So they knew they was African. So the African BS don't mean nothing to these people.
Cook, Reggie.
Huh? Say what? Yeah.
Cook. You cooking.
So, but that's the difference. Thank you, Chef. Because I understand.
No, absolutely you cooking. Absolutely you cooking, Reggie. Go ahead. Don't interrupt him, y'all. Go ahead, Reggie.
So Obenga and Diop, right? And Allion Diop in the whole cultural movement in France, right? They all were African. They knew they was effing African. That's not, but then they're looking at, now they're re-looking at their civilizations. Sorry, let me.
Hey Reggie, though, can you do me a favor? Can you start back with you, because you said that the French, you was corresponding with the Africans that was in France, right? And they already understood that they was African, right? Can you start from right there again? Because I don't think they heard that part.
Okay, there was a cultural movement in
the negritude movement.
Well, the negritude was actually the opposite of it. The negritude movement was something like the Black American movement in France, where we were Negro Europeans, right? We were Negroes, right? Before we were African American, we were proud Negroes.
Negro,
right?
But in they took on a kind of a cultural identity that they're Neurs, right? That they're
black.
They're just not black. I mean, they're just not African. They're connected to something else, right? So now Obenga. Now okay, you got to take a little bit back. Lilius Humberger, right? Who Netter Neb talked about, but nobody listened. She was a European person. She was an expert in linguistics. She did a whole work on Negro languages. Right? Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Somebody got mute out.
Okay, because
So
Like
Obenga borrowed his Bengal borrowed Lilius Hamburger's. He adjusted Lilius Hamburger's work to make it Negro his version of the Negro linguistics, right? Lilius Hamburger, she was talking about largely African languages, and then Obenga, as a linguist, borrowed her work for his particular phylum that we have argued about. But nevertheless, to Chef and Corey, these were Africans already who knew they were Africans from various places, right? Congo, Senegal, right? The French-speaking Africans that were in the universities in Sorbonne, they knew they were Africans. Now they begin to identify. Identify with Black. Now, this is on the French. So the French Black folks, Africans, all leaders. Dr. Jeffries goes to Senegal in 1958 after Diop wrote his African Origin of Civilization. I don't even know I think Dr. Diop had just gotten his PhD when Dr. Jeffries met him. Then he comes back. Dr. Jeffries comes back to the States because he's doing a lot of different things. He's getting his own, working on his PhD. He comes back to the States. Dr. John Henry Clark now, he exposes us to Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop, right? He does that. And now we are, so then you have Ivan Van Sertima, Charles Finch, the scholars largely that was rooted in Atlanta, with Asa Hilliard, having Cheikh Anta Diop come to America in person. But in 74, that was later, but in 74, right, Diop was simply arguing, and that's why I told Chef, and maybe I'll do a show on this, right, for the uneducated and unqualified, that people misread the UNESCO report in 1974. Diop was largely saying that they called themselves Black. They called themselves Negro. Right?
Is that right?
Diop was not arguing that they called themselves Africans, because they were Africans. Anybody could see that the people were Africans.
Why would that be an argument, Reggie? That they is African? Like, do you think they didn't know that? Like, come on, man, that's crazy. Go ahead.
Right? No, thank you. Because when we read the record and we read,
thank you, Corey.
No, but he's saying they were talking about a specific type of African, the Black African. That's what Diop and them was saying. Fuck living on the continent of Africa. What type of African?
So they call themselves Black Negro Africans.
No, this is what
Diop.
No, that's what Diop was saying. Reggie Cooking, y'all gotta listen to Reggie.
Hold on. I have a question for Brother Reggie, right?
Oh man, he on the listen. Y'all derail him. Please don't.
Hold on,
please don't derail.
Listen, so we can move this thing forward. Let me ask my damn question.
This nigga cooking.
That ain't me, Chef. I'm going on
Reggie,
mute.
don't forget your point, Reggie. Don't forget your point, Reggie. Go ahead.
Brother Reggie, I have one question. How did the conscious community fuck all of that up? Because you make it sound dark. It was sincere. It was going places. There were, scholars involved and educators, and everything was headed in the right direction with good spirit. How did the conscious community, and why did they?
I was getting to that, right?
Yeah.
So we bring Cheikh Anta Diop into America, or he is brought into America to talk to our Black scholars who are not part of that conscious community. They were part of the Black intellectual African collection, right? That generation. That's Asa Hilliard, Dr. Jeffries, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, that's Malefic, Kitate, Malala Karenga. That's my parent generation. Those groups of people. Now, these people are educators, right? They're educators. Some of them actually frustrated with where they are. They begin to enter what I call the bazaar. The bazaar is when you have a festival and you got a table, really a goddamn tent, right?
A market. It's a market.
A market, right?
Mhm.
A Muslim market, right?
Yes,
where
Lord.
every table you go to, oh, let me buy your book. Oh shit, let me buy your book. Right? Right? It becomes a goddamn market. Now, when it's in the marketplace, now the most how can I say shiniest, pseudoest bullshit starts to appear. Right? So then you have so now you have scholars relaxing their scholastic abilities because they don't have to do it in academia. They just have to write books to be shiny. So then we have all of this in the market, the goddamn bazaar. We have some scholars like Van Sertima, right? Van Sertima, he creates a journal. Except for his own book, a lot of Van Sertima's great work. I mean, his works are great. Then we have other people with all these fringe ideas because they see that works like before they came before Columbus makes money. They don't want the dry historical books of,
George G.M. James, Stolen Legacy. Go ahead.
Oh, well, no, that was exotic. That was exotic. That made a lot of money, right? Shit, because now you got blacks.
That was one of my first conscious reads, Reggie.
Yo, stop
So
interrupting.
you gonna let him crash out, Corey? You gonna let him crash out, Corey?
That's how they do me, yo.
Cut people off. Let them cook.
So I'm not interrupting. I'm just ad-libbing to what he's saying.
Yeah. So I wasn't interrupting either. Let them cook. Let
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, that's how they did me. I ain't even finished my presentation.
Okay, fuck it. It's your presentation. Fuck it. Yeah. I'm like, fuck it.
No, you good, bro. No, I was agreeing
Reggie.
with you. Why you getting defensive? I'm just saying they didn't let me finish mine. They did the same thing to me. That's what I was saying.
Do your thing, Shaq. Do your thing, Shaq.
I do understand that.
I'll fuck around and do your thing, Shaq.
Yeah, Shaq. Shaq is actually. But the fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is the bazaar. So now you have people saying, here now we're in this whole black movement in America, right? Now we are adjusting our own identity in America, right? So now we are being exotic. Now being exotic means, okay, it's not just good enough to be African American, or
when you say we, you talking about who are you talking about? We? You talking about the entire
black folks at that time? I'm talking about the black intellectuals, the black media.
I'm thinking you're talking about black niggas in New York. But go ahead when you say we.
I'm talking around. I'm never talking about New York when it comes to this, because New York is just only one of the places. I'm talking about the black cities and places where we were at the time period of the
blackology is an American endeavor, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wherever you got black schools and everything, this shit is being discussed.
That's correct.
Okay.
So this is a new contrast to the whiteness that the frustration of whiteness that has been put on us. Now we're hearing black facts, or what we think is black facts, and we are trying to adjust our sensibilities. But at the same time, the intellectual community, right? They are making money in two ways. They're making money on their day jobs, right? And they're making money in the fucking market. Right? So now the shit becomes intellectually, watch this. It becomes intellectually bonded. I'm Dr. So-and-so, or I'm Professor so-and-so, and then I say this, and then it has to be the absolute fucking truth. Right? Because the people do not know. Right? So then you have this whole thing, Dr. Franz Cress's Wilson, you have a lot of people coming up in this goddamn bazaar. Everybody they're competing being exotic. Now, that has nothing to do with what Cheikh Anta Diop was trying to do. Nothing at all. Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop's work was purely intellectual.
What does competing being exotic? You know, are they competing for money? Black?
No, there's a contrast. Okay. There's a contrast. Some people are in the market, in the bazaar, meaning Dr. Cheikh Anta Diop and Dr. Obenga, intellectually, two of them took on.
They in academia. They are in academia.
Right. They took on status quo. They took on the status quo of the world's understanding.
Why you helping this nigga, Chef?
Y'all have no self-control. Y'all fucking relax and let the brother cook. Go ahead, Brother Richard. I'm trying to get to the answer. How I got fucked up.
Unqualified and fucking undereducated. So when you have somebody who can at least tell you the story, because I personally know many of these people, right? That doesn't count for you people. So you want to interject, but many of you wasn't even fucking born when this was going on, right? So many of you do not know on Diop's book, not second book, but one of his last books, Civilization of Barbarism. I was actually on a translation team. That's how close I was to the shit. So I got to argue with the uneducated, unqualified, and just ignorant, right? Who just
how'd that work out? How'd that work out for you, brother, being on the team? How'd that work out? Explain that.
It worked out great because the book was published, and the book was published using a computer, right? For the first time in Black, how could I say, in Black publishing. One of the first major books in Black publishing is Civilization of Barbarism, right? And it was done in Dr. Leonard Jeffries' office, in his in the office of the chairman, and I was in charge of it. How that worked out? It worked out really, really great, because then after that, people started publishing not on a selectric type goddamn writer, but actually on PCs before Microsoft fucking Word. And then at the same time, the reason why I got to the project is I was working at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture of the New York Public Library, and I was helping them publish everything, right, internally at the Schomburg Center. So how did that work out? Well, that was my day job, it was my interest, and it was the beginning of black publishing on a computer. You got something else to say? How'd that work out? Right? Why? Because I had a degree in computer science. So my endeavors at the Schomburg and this publication, when it became commercial, certainly more people was using computer. I was part of that generation. That was 1988. What the hell you was doing? So now, what I'm trying to explain to Chef and Corey, kids and my good brother Brass, is how this all came to be. Part of it was the marketplace, the goddamn bazaar, selling everything exotic. The other part of it is those who still tried to be intellectual, right? And that's where we are. So when Black Egypt came to America, the shit was the most exotic thing in the world. Now Dr. Ben is being able to take people to Egypt. People are just, now Black people are still poor now. Black people are still poor in the goddamn 70s and 80s. We didn't have all this crazy money, right? But the Black retired, the people were tied up. They were going, a lot of them were going on the trips. Poor Black folks had to wait because the trip still was kind of expensive. So Dr. Ben starts taking people to Africa, and then they're coming back. Thank you, Dr. Ben. and then they're writing books and they're all setting up their own tours. It's the goddamn fucking bizarre, right? And then they're coming back and lecturing about, right? So some of it is purely intellectual, but most of it is just house money, right? It's these subjects that we have in Black America. Like, we always come up with a theme about what we should do, and none of that shit changes us. So these themes, this was a theme. It's really only important when certain of our people have to talk to the intellectual community. In our regular community, it only deals with people's self-esteem or false self-esteem, right? You're going to be smoking a joint and listen to an intellectual lecture. That's where we are right now. So then, now it gets to, so what I'm just trying to say is, so Diop published this, we published Diop's book on the computer, right? So then Black publishing now begins, it begins to take off, leading up to today with the goddamn Amazon books, right? But the question of Black Egypt was a simple question in UNESCO. You had roughly 7 or 8 people on that panel. Dr. Diop, yes? Dr. Diop and Dr. Obanga was clearly trying to break up the European monopoly because they had already decided that Egypt it came from someplace else. It came from the Levant. It was Mediterranean. It had nothing to do with the rest of Africa. Diop's and Obanga's job was to break up that monopoly, in which they did, right? That's all they did. Now history is on Diop and Obanga's side, right? That it comes from Africa. Ankh uses the word indigenous, but in a UNESCO conference, they did not say indigenous. What they did say was it was African, right? And to hide the fact that it was Black, where everybody else, they was calling everybody else as Black, they just left Egypt as an African civilization. They didn't want to say it was Black, but they were calling everybody, this is the most hideous, methodical racism in the world. Everywhere else in that region, they're calling people Black, right? The Sudan, the Negro Pharaohs, right? Every place else in that region, in that area, is Black. Ethiopia, right? But they would not want to apply the word Black itself to Egypt, right? And so what they did they took the best scholars, Verkota, Dr. Verkota, right? He is like the dean of the fucking conference. He comes in and, there's no race. Racism is this, but everything he uses to maintain the status quo is race, right? Then you have fucking Sonoran, who we've been arguing with for fucking 3-4 the whole would have conversation. Fucking Sonoran comes in there, right? He blurts out something, and we know he blurts out something because he never issued a final report on what he said. When they asked for an explanation, he never issued it when he was countering Diop. And he made a hideous mistake in there, right? Which I'm trying to work out, right? Meaning I wrote UNESCO for an errata. I'll see if they get back to me. And then I'm going to publish something in a repository, right? On goddamn Sonoran's mistake, right? And then you have Abdullah. Abdullah is basically, they weren't Black. He was more like the Sarim Hotep in those. It don't mean Black, but he never told you what Kemet meant. But it don't mean Black. And then there is there's a woman professor. She was very, very good. So I'll read that into the record. So I'm going to stop. I just wanted to give you a snapshot and say that how did we get here? We got here because for some people who are intellectual, right, charismatic, it was a money grab, right? For those people who maintain to try to be intellectual, they tried to answer a question. The subject itself is not going to change us and get us free. It's really a narrow conversation, but it's popular, right? It's a popular conversation, but it's not going to change our lives. But then the people who do know, and check this out, I might talk funny to you. I write better than I fucking talk, right? I know these people. I work with these people. A lot of these people were honorable, but a lot of these people said, "Well, look, they're just gonna they're gonna research it. Some of them relaxed their research. They relaxed it. Now you guys, okay, you have a chance to set the record straight. I like Chev's work, right? Because Sheffrin asks, he has this funny way of understanding what the situation is. Corey would be good if Corey, because Corey got sentenced, but he would be great if he just didn't. He was the leader running around at one point with Chief X. When Chief X was talking about Egypt is Mediterranean, look at their hair, right? But one thing is different. I will write, right? I will write, and I will put it out for peer review. Meaning that you could peer review it. Other people are just charismatic. They're never going to write their points. They're going to flip flop, right? But I think that you people value that the charismatic BS over actually trying to help solve the problem. So this dude that y'all call Chief X, this dude gets in there and says that my son is not my son. He calls me a predator, a child predator, right? He does all of these things because Sheffrin simply Googled used ChatGPT for everything that he said, and he was wrong. He was so upset about that shit. He goes and want to talk about my family, right? Well, my son is not my son. I wasn't married. She never had my name. Obviously, when we separated, she changed her name back. She took my name off. Why would this is what you people fucking value? Right? I don't need you to value me. I just need you just to be critical on the issues that we're talking about. I don't care one way or another, but to clown me, right, when I'm just trying to help you answer questions is it shows that you're uneducated, you're unqualified, and you're fucking ignorant. Anybody who says anything about my life, and yo, fuck you and die, yo. Because you know what? It shouldn't be that important for you to be clowning me. Yo, fuck you and die. And you know what? And your mother and your father and your
I don't like this image being, but what he doing right now. So Reggie, gather yourself. I'm about to unmute you, bro.
Yeah.
Just
get back. He getting his get back. He getting his get back.
I know he is. God.
So the point is, y'all allow this stuff. When you see people crossing the line, but at the same time, when other people was crossing the line, you didn't do anything. But you let a person cross the line on a purely intellectual conversation. People want to know. People want to know. But you, some of you in the chat, right? In the chat, who's talking about me and my family, right? I'm an accomplished person. My wife is my former wife is an accomplished person. My son is an accomplished person. So why would you tear down accomplished people? For what reason? Is everything a joke? So I think I landed my plane on Chef's show or some other show. I will come back to this question on Diop's why Africa itself is not good enough.
Hey,
and I think that's Chef's major point. That's a very important point. Africa, they being African is not the biggest point.
That is a good
Hey,
point.
Reggie. So I want you to hear my words and not get upset, right? But I'm just gonna speak plainly. So I don't have no dog in the fight. But I think it's hypocritical of you and others in this conversation. Now, I don't agree with the tenor of the conversation that Chief X brought to the table. But I don't like when anybody does it. To think that he's the first one to do it is hilarious. When y'all discuss this, Hicks asked a good question. He said, "How did y'all get here?" Right? If that's what all of this was before, how did you get here? And I think one of the main reasons, and it don't really bother me to say it, but I think one of the main reasons why y'all got here is because when y'all got to YouTube, the biggest voice was the most ignorant. Now I know you can't say it, right? Or you won't say it, or I won't ask you to say it, right? That's not a shot at you. But I think when you got the loudest voice breeding the most contempt and calling it scholarship, when you got the loudest voice with the most views and the biggest following, all of these guys is basically follow. You can look at the shows and see the blueprint was laid by Sonetta in Harlem. So when he's laid the YouTube foundation of education, be salacious, be humorous, talk bad about this, Chief X talked about your daughter. He talked about people's daughters. Other niggas talked about people's daughters. Part of the reason why I titled the show that I'm saying it, and that's why I say don't take the hypocritical part as disrespect, right? Matter of fact, I'll even take it back if you did. But my point is that that's the title of the show. This is all grifting. It's all snake oil. This is personal beefs being sorted out and calling it Black Egypt by a bunch of people, not all, but by a bunch of people that are uneducated and underqualified to even have the conversation. Even when y'all go get people that are qualified to have this conversation, they end up in Chinese food takeout in a microwave. So when you're in a community that, as far as I'm concerned, when they start complaining about why there's no respect being shown in the community, the whole community is disrespectful. The whole thing is disrespectful. Well, if you're not called, if one person ain't being called a drunk, the other's being called a drug addict, the other's being called a pedophile. I don't know why anybody would be surprised that Chief X would make a video like that. Now, once again, I don't agree with it, but I don't think that anybody that tunes in, and you know this, me and you have had these conversations personally. Every time you come here, I pay you. Every time. And I do that because one, your time is valuable. I told you that before. But one of the main reasons is because motherfuckers don't got time to be talking for an hour and 2 hours and 3 hours for free. I guess it's us, right? But when y'all do these conversations, it's kind of funny that somehow Chief X is the terrible guy when everybody's doing what he did. Everyone involved in these conversations has had a moment where they started talking about drugs, drunk, this, that, and the other. So I don't think that he should do it, right? And I felt bad when they were talking about it in the Discord. But I just don't think I don't think Chief X is the arbiter of the madness. He's just a member of it. And it's just that because it's pointed at you now, it's terrible and it's horrible and he shouldn't have done it. But in actuality, I mean, that's par for the course in this particular community. Now you're uncomfortable with it because you actually talk this same education and this same scholarship in spaces where they don't do this kind of stuff. So when you participate in something like this or somebody does something like this, you get particularly upset. 'Cause, I mean, you're comparing it from the museums to this, right? This shit don't happen in the museum, but on YouTube, you got to be XYZ and your son and all this other shit. So I hear you, Reggie, and I understand because the hot seat, you were put in the hot seat or the Summer Jam screen for the whole world to see. But the whole community does what he did. It's just, he's just the latest person to do it. and I don't, you know,
Well, that's why I
I'm
was
glad.
hoping.
Can I get in a
Go ahead.
word?
Wait, that's why I
Can I
was
get in a
hoping,
word?
Brad. That's why I was hoping that you, Chef, and some of the people that you work with, Hits and other, can create another genre. I was
Yeah.
hoping,
But did you understand what I was saying though? Like
well, I
I
understand
ain't want
everything
you
that
to take
you're
it
saying.
personal. You know what I mean? I just
No, I was
want to speak
understanding.
plainly.
No, I understand everything, but I'm not hypocritical. My whole point of it is I try to talk to people with respect, unless they're not
Right.
hearing me or they're disrespecting me, right?
Right.
Then I will then I'll address that, because that's just the way it is, right? Because otherwise they continue to do it, right? So a lot of things that you said I put in perspectives. It was the above generation that some of them went a little bit overboard and relaxed their scholarship. Then the YouTube age, and it wasn't Sarnetta first. Actually, Ankh was making the most money on YouTube prior to Sarnetta. It was Ankh that got us all on YouTube, not me. You can look it up. I started my YouTube channel 15 something years ago. I have when it wasn't even paid, when you couldn't get no money. So I was just using YouTube as a vehicle to get information out, not to make money. And then I was doing something earlier, but it was actually AMP. But yes, it became street wars, battle wars, right? But I'm saying to the rest of you is that if you people begin to allow somebody like Chief X on, when you see how far it can go, when a person starts talking about a person's family, right? And independent of, especially against somebody like me, who always is almost polite when I come on, right? Not polite, but I conduct myself. If you have this on a conversation, then it goes to, we can't be saved. We're ignorant, unqualified, uneducated, and deserve to get what we get, because we don't have any structure, any morals, any values, right? Okay, I'll stop. But I agree.
Can I get in a word?
Yeah.
I want to say two things. Number one, I don't think anybody actually answered Chef's question.
What was his question?
About why being black is not enough and how people pivoted. They were taught a long time ago they was black, but now they just African and this and that. In a way, he's right. But what you see in the pivot and them just being African and not being black is people need to grow up, right? And so when kids are young, you tell them about, Santa Claus and this and that and the tooth fairy, and if you don't go to sleep on time, the boogeyman is gonna get you. And you tell black kids they descended from kings and queens, right? And then you look at Egypt and stuff for their self-esteem and for whatever reason you do it. But as you get older, people shouldn't need that type of stories or boost their self-esteem. They should want that. And that's when you deal with real information and real scholarship. And that is why just saying a population is black, it really shouldn't be enough. That's like the least thing. And anybody that's actually been to Egypt you don't even have to question it. When you land there right now in 2026, you're going to see black people and they're not going to be Nubians. So I don't get the whole idea that we have to choose. Oh, they can't be this or that, or they can't be black Africans that are not black. Why can't they just be both? You get down there right now as people that fit the range from extremely light to nearly pitch black. And so, that's that. But it's time for people to kind of grow up. And it seems like the community, it's like a circus. So, of course, if the community is a circus, don't be surprised when every single person you run into is a clown. And people's scholarship hasn't really got to the point where they can say anything else. It's like a base conversation about race when really the details are a lot more important and really a lot more interesting than that. But we never really get there because are they black or are they not? Well, and then the conversation is so dumb. You're arguing about how they look, but no one would even introduce, skull measurements and stuff. You can measure Egyptian skulls and take a measurement of Africans all around Africa and see, okay, who are they closest to? These people here, okay, how do we view those people? Are those people black? Well, then, no, yes, okay, well then, there's your answer. But we don't even get that far into the scholarship. So, I pop in every now and then.
He asked him.
Yeah.
Asked him real quick, because I know you pop in and then you also pop out. Pause. I want to catch you before you go. But back to the point of, but you breed the conversation that way. Like if you start off Jerry Springer, and no matter who started the YouTube community, Sonetta took it and ran with it, apparently. Like there's a difference between what he's doing, size scale, and station started it. That would be the person who monetized it. And even if the guys is making money, they're not doing. So,
Matrix, brass.
Yeah.
You must be orange.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
You must have just left East Orange. Go ahead.
Okay. So even if other people started it, he took it and ran with it, right? So he would be considered the pioneer of it. Even if not a pioneer, but other people pioneered it, he's the first pop member of it, whatever. So
right.
However it works, that would be the person you would go to. But my point to you, Aston, I used to blame the crowd, right? But I've seen that this crowd was the crowd. You can't really blame the crowd because they was taught to be that way.
Yeah.
When I've seen people try, I've actually done it myself, tried to do something that didn't have a whole bunch of bickering and arguing and, just plain informational. And then even that gets turned into something ignorant for, you know what I'm saying? So the crowd, the level, and Reggie, I missed this point when me and Reggie was talking. Me and Reggie spoke before about this. And Chef says this all the time. Chef could get online and talk about Ballad of the Bullet, or Fetty can get on there talking about genetics and IQ and just do slides and just give information. And you're going to get about 10, 15 people, maybe 20, right? And then that's that. But if a motherfucker get up worrying about whether Garfield did a debate or this person doing drugs or that person doing drugs or somebody's child, you got 100-some people in the building all looking for the mess. So apparently they taught the crowd to look for the mess. But then they complain that that's all they're looking for is the mess. I'm trying to give you a message and you just want the mess. It's a devil's loop. It don't make sense. So when people complain about it, specifically the thought leaders in the conscious community, when you complain about it, I didn't mean to really say Reggie was hypocritical, but the idea is hypocritical. Because even the debate, like I don't know how you can make a debate about flat earth entertaining, but it'll be the slander and the jabs before. Then you would have something where I saw one debate that they put on, and I don't mind saying names, so I don't got nothing personal against these people. If you want to call the debates that Sonetta and them do scholarly debates, then you never went to school.
Right.
That's not
Those are debates.
That's not. I was a member of debate clubs. Y'all, I'm sure y'all all were members of somewhere where you did a scholarly debate. That ain't scholarship. I see these conversations on YouTube. I know a lot. I don't know anything about it, but it ain't scholarship.
It's not
scholarship. It's Smack TV, yo.
Yeah, it's some bullshit.
It's like batter it.
So Gella, my point is, everybody's taking this so serious. I can understand Reggie's conundrum because he's trying to take this shit serious in the middle of a fucking swamp. But my challenge to you, Reggie, would be: are you so infected by the conversation online about this that you could just walk off and just do the content you want to do. Never really deal with the people, or do you think maybe there's another solution? Because most of the solution to putting out a fire is don't give no oxygen to it. And I think that would be a better solution than anything else. I like Chef's idea. Chef started a new channel because he knows the Carnivorous podcast. Most of us is not pulling up to see the battle of the bullet. They're just not.
Right.
So at the end of the day, you make another channel, you curate that content, you curate that specifically, keep all the bullshit off of there, and then you do that. But I've even seen Reggie try to do that, right? Reggie's on his own channel. When he wasn't in the Sinetta for a little bit, he was doing that, and people wasn't coming in to do the shit. But I promise you,
So
Reggie,
what though? So what?
No.
That's
Right.
the thing.
That's what I'm saying. Are you so infected by the conversation that you have to talk to these niggas? Or can you do what you've been doing? Like I pulled one time when we was into it with the Francis Folsom thing and Dr. Band and that. And you did a beautiful presentation. It was slides, it was no slander, it was this is what this was. It was long too, it was like 3 hours. But it was informational, right? Something you could take notes to. And it was like maybe 30, 40 people. Right? And then it got a lot of views after because I guess it was looking for slander. But then I saw when it was like later, more of a slander kind of thing, 80-some people pulled up. So I would just say this to you, Reggie, if you think that what you're doing is scholarship or you giving out the actual message amongst the mess, that's the only one doing mess. And when you say you allow Chief X, we allow Chief X on these platforms, I will say to you, you associate and deal with people that are far more guilty, have far more ears and eyes than Chief X does. Whatever allows you to go on panels and sit there and laugh and key, and they saying bullshit and they saying dumb shit, that's the same thing that I guess we do. But if you notice, Chief X, we don't really do shows. Because we at TMI, and I know Chef with his new channel, we realized that most people that's talking about Egypt don't even have a base understanding of geography. So if you telling me about, like, if I gave you a blank map, if I gave you a blank thing in Africa, you couldn't point to it. But you know that the vitamin is black or some bullshit. So we don't even do that kind of content. We even have the conversation. Like, if we know it's going to be ignorant, we just know it's going to be ignorant and just call it a day. We don't call it scholarship. So I hear you, Reggie, and I agree with you. I think you're trying to give a message amongst mess. I think you get caught up in it a lot of times when actually you probably like a museum guy.
You don't belong here. You don't belong here.
Yeah, I don't think if that's your goal to do what you're doing, my only thing to you is just because you close to people or you're friends with them, some of them niggas is just as worse as whatever you think Chief X is. It ain't just Chief X doing that shit. And I'm not defending the slander. I think your son is doing big things. I learned more about your son and your family in a positive way from that video because than any negative bullshit, right? But I don't think, without defending Chief X, I don't think Chief X is the only nigga doing it. He's the one nigga in what's his name screaming, hollering bloody murder. It ain't just him, bro. He's probably like 10th on the list. You got motherfuckers. Hold on, Reggie. I'm in my plane 30 seconds. You got motherfuckers selling credit repair, fucking up niggas' money. You got motherfuckers in here touching kids and shit. Like, it's motherfuckers that done been to jail, taking niggas to jungles and making them kiss their feet and all kind of shit. Chief X doing a show on you pales in comparison to the level of bullshit that's been promoted on panels in the conscious community. It pales in comparison to that.
Yep.
But that's just me. Let me get off my soapbox.
Well, I would say you're absolutely correct, but I tried various scenarios. So I try to put stuff on my channel. I also try to contribute to platforms like yours to answer the question. And I absolutely did answer Chef's question. If someone didn't say it, because I answered it in the history where there's not just there's not one thing, but generally what was happening in the history to answer the question. So I chose that point because I just don't think that there is one way to answer the question, but you can tell the history of it. And then I give some of my content to Transatlantic Productions, which goes to an older generation, not the ones who do this back and forth debate stuff. I'm hopeful. I support a channel like this because I'm hopeful that that while you're having these positive discussions on these type of things, that more people will gravitate at some point to a channel that is that introduces hard questions, right? In a way. So that's you would think, why am I on your channel? I'm on your channel because I'm trying a variety of different ways. And then I also write, right? I also write and I also publish. And it takes a long time to write something that you want to put up that's going to be close to peer review or for peer review, right? Otherwise, what?
Can I respond?
Yeah, otherwise, okay, you can respond. That's a cutoff, but go ahead.
No. Finish
I'm
your
sorry.
thought.
No.
Go ahead.
I like that. So now, okay, so respond.
Okay, good.
I'll just say quickly, the reason I didn't believe you responded to Chef, because I think it's crucial that we explain how, ideas of race have changed. And we can't start something from, 70 years ago. And now we in 2026, we have to talk about how, what we thought about race is different. What we thought about skin color is now different. What we thought about genetics is different than what we knew, way back when. We now have, DNA and ancient DNA, and that changes what we think about, who is Black. And so if we don't move the discussion there, then that's the real discussion.
Okay,
How do we quantify Black scientifically in 2026?
I respond now.
Absolutely, I'm done.
You stop me, and okay, so let's get to it. Well, you can't respond to anything if you don't know what you're talking about. You have to have some history, right? So you can't even have these type of discussions in a void. So I was simply saying how the need for people to self-publish and get their ideas out and relax scholarship, how that contributed to this, and to make it commercial, right? So I absolutely gave the history of why the most shiniest objects become things to talk about, but the real hard analytical, objective works with methodology, it's pushed to the side because it's not exciting. All of this became before Columbus. We the like Calloway's you reverse slavery, right? And we're not Africans, we're Aboriginals. All that type of stuff enters the marketplace. Black Egypt is just, these are people talking, these are our neighbors in a sense. We know them, right? So we got involved in that, but that's not a conversation really for the uneducated and the unqualified. It's really not, but it's being dragged into this forum. And so that's what I meant. That most of the people that I see talking about the subject ain't read not one book on the subject. But you got to read 10 books. You got to read 10 books to even begin to have a conversation. But the people who are in the chatty patty ain't read one book. They don't even know what the UNESCO symposium was. They never analyzed it. But
it's worse than that. They don't even know where to find the books to read. They don't even know where to, find the articles to read. And if you told them how many books that you've read, number one, they wouldn't believe it. They wouldn't believe you, and then they would laugh at you. This is who you're dealing with. They would laugh at you.
So for both of y'all, right? This is the thing, right? History became important. Now, this is Black History Month, so it's a perfect time to talk about it, right? A lot of what we believe in our sentiments about history came from people like Carter G. Woodson and them trying to give us a respectable history of ourselves again. Because in the West, the educational system didn't give us a respectable history of ourselves. So Egypt ties in to Black people trying to give themselves a respectable history again. So for me to try to act like Diop and them was talking about indigenous generic sense of Africa is not true. They were trying to give the people who were called Black a respectable history of themselves, right? So that's why they attached themselves to Egypt, right? That's why Diop and them pushed Egypt. If you read Diop, he told you who he thought Africans was. He didn't believe that the phenotype that's in North Africa is the original African population. He didn't believe that. Neither did Chancellor Williams. You dig what I'm saying? Modern genetics, a lot of white
I don't
people
know about
didn't even
that.
look. Huh?
Because both of them talked about people from the Levant coming in during the pre-dynastic even.
Exactly.
So they
So you're
weren't talking
proving my
about
point.
purity.
No, you're proving my point. Say that again. He talked about people coming from the Levant, meaning not Africa.
During okay, what I'm saying is both Chancellor Williams and
They acknowledge
Diop,
that other people or a different phenotype was in Africa early on. They definitely acknowledge
emphasized what Diop was saying and made it racial. They had divided Africa up in race. So Diop was trying to say it's multidisciplinary. It can't be answered just in one way. We have to look at all of the different disciplines, right? And another scholar, a female scholar, said that they were trying to keep it in the racial world. Though
Hamites.
Right, Vercoda, he says that we should clean it all
I'm
up.
gonna just leave. I'm gonna let y'all have it. This is this asinine.
I don't understand, Chef.
Yeah. I don't. You looking for something simple, and it's not a simple. It's not a simple conversation. You're not going to get anything simple. And if Diop was here today, and you invited him to here today, what he would do, regardless of what he thought back then, when you have genetic data to look at, you could look at the people that's there now, and you can know they related to the ancient people.
What we can do is
Hey, Corey,
Corey,
if you don't mind, can you explain Chef's point? Because he left, but I think you kind of understood where he was coming from, and he's not here to represent it. So, I don't really understand what Chef was saying because I don't know nothing about the topic. So.
Yeah, because I think he was basically and Reggie was kind of keeping it real earlier because he kind of agreed to it already. But then I think when it comes to Diop, we kind of a little skittish to keep it 100 with that. But what he's saying is Diop was not arguing for some, generic, they're African type thing. You know what I'm saying? Like Diop was arguing that these folks was black. Now, okay, yes. at the UNESCO's conference, he may have got, a little nuancy there at the conference, of course. Like who wouldn't get all nuancy at the conference, right? But when he's talking to black folk, right? When he's writing his books and shit like that, there's no illusion about what he's talking about. He's saying that these folks was black.
True. Why did he say that though?
That's what he thought. I don't know why he said it. Listen, that's not the point.
If you read the book,
I don't know. I don't know that that's the point.
The evidence
the point
is
that what he was saying. The point is now here in 2026 and on YouTube, we into all of this hemming and hawing about what was going on, right? But that they wasn't doing no hemming and hawing about African as this generic term, or we want to determine whether they generically African, because everybody in whoever got a fucking pair of eyes can see they African, right? The point is, was they black African? That's the point.
That part is right. What Diop?
Thank you, Reggie. Thank you, Reggie. Thank you.
But what I want to just enlarge it, because they had already carved up the world and they had removed Egypt from Africa from the rest of the population. Diop was just pretty much putting Egypt back in the African population. Diop was using racial terms, in the time period that he lived in, because they were using those terms.
Bro, he was in your same time period, Reggie.
No, he wasn't in my. Diop. This is
what year was the UNESCO? In the 1970s? You wasn't in the 70s?
No, I was 11 years old. No, I was in the street.
Okay. In the 70s?
Yeah.
In the 70s.
I was trying to get me some CADs or some ProCADs or something like that. I didn't go to college until 82, right?
But he was not no ancient. He's not in some ancient time. Like he used the same language that you used. I mean, he was French, but I'm saying like this is not a time where, they got to use some antiquated language. No, they using the same. They talk just like we talk.
But
no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Listen,
when you read,
my daddy was born. My daddy is 60-something years old. He like 63 years old, bro. You gonna tell me that my daddy don't talk like me?
Let me say one thing that's in this dude's book.
The point is that some of you.
If I talk about a black man to my daddy, He know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I know what the fuck he talking about. We not speaking in two different eras and no shit like
but
that.
I understand, but that's the whole point. The ordinary people. This is not really a conversation for the ordinary people about
no, the UNESCO wasn't for ordinary people. But those authors and those books that was written, those was for ordinary people.
No,
yeah, but they was talking about Hamites though. They was using the Hamitic hypothesis. So there's let me just say this last thing and I gotta bounce. There's a part in Diop's book, and he's talking about the white scholars. And he's saying these scholars will sit here and look at a Maasai and look at a Tutsi and call them Hamites. And so if this is where we're going, basically you arguing that black people are white people. That's what he says. You basically you've gone so far that you're arguing that blacks are whites. This is what he had to get around. People were saying this group and this group and this group are Hamites, and this group and this group and this group are Mediterranean.
Why would they be white? Who were they when they was referring to the Hamites in the Bible? Let's go to the Bible. Let's matter of fact go right there. When they was referring to the Hamites, who was they referring to? They was referring to white folk. Is that what you're saying?
White, black folk.
The scholars at that time created certain terms.
No.
Afro-Asiatic speakers. They was referring to Afro-Asiatic speakers.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
That's the answer.
Thank you. Let's keep it one.
But those were brunette whites. And how dark can a brunette white be? As dark as a Somali.
Okay.
Those were the technical term called brunette
whites.
Google the term brunette white and how they use that in scholarship.
If you got the time, I got the beer.
Listen,
right? I can show you exactly what. Wait, let me see.
I see why Shepard laughed.
But no, what's going on? This is what's going on. This is what's going on. You get into the conversation because I'm addressing what he said. You get into the conversation and you start hearing terms that you're unfamiliar with, right? So when I say they use the term Hamites and they use the term brunette white, you've never heard that term. You've never read it in scholarship. So you're surprised when I tell you they call people like Ethiopians brunette white. This is where they was going.
Listen, that's beyond the point, though. Fine, you got a term that I don't know, but I'm not even, that term ain't even germane to the conversation what I'm having.
It is, because that's what Diop had to debunk. And that's what he talks about in his book.
Like to
okay, fine. He talking about brunette whites.
Y'all enjoy.
I would like it to say it another way. Okay, the best way to do it is to go and track what each of the scholars said in 1974. Then you will understand that they had disguised racism because they, in fact, right, used those terms to create what in that conference they were dealing with this white African, this white black African. They literally said that, right? They were black like the Egyptians, but they were white, right? Meaning that they came from another place. At the end of the conference, that conference began to end that in the final report. They stripped all of that Hamitic stuff out. All that stuff was irrational, right? That's one of the things that came out of the conference. But going into the conference, Corey, absolutely, they used those terminologies. Absolutely.
It seemed like I'm just having a hard time, Reggie, believing that they didn't understand North Africans in 1974.
They playing, Corey. They playing, bro.
And did they? Am I tripping, Fatty? Did they not understand what the hell a North African was in the 1970s?
No, I would say I never heard of brunette white used as a racial term.
No, it don't matter that you heard. That's an argument from ignorance. That's an argument from ignorance, and that don't even matter.
Gulla's a peer of mine. Gulla's a peer of mine. So, okay, Gulla, tell me, Gulla, right now, what were the participants in the conversation?
No, I wasn't even talking to you. I'm talking about a dude.
You my peer.
You said what?
Hey, Corey, it ain't worth it, Corey. It ain't worth it, Corey.
What are you talking about, bro?
Fetty, they
I'm not
trying
even
to tell me
arguing with
that they
you,
didn't
bro.
know what a North
So now
African
you
was in the
I'm not even.
1940s, bro.
Bro,
I'm not
Hamites
even
is just
arguing.
Afro-Asiatic
You
speakers,
just
bro.
I
Right.
ain't
And,
talking to you,
and
bro.
genetics
tell me.
comes to find
No,
out they do
I'm
have
not talking
Eurasian
to no
ancestry
angry
like niggas.
person, bro. I'm not talking because I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to a boy. He said some more brunette white. I thought brunette white was a European woman with brown hair. I ain't never know it was used as a racial
Right.
term. That's all I was saying. I wasn't even arguing with you. Why you want to argue and be so
No, because
defensive?
what
I'm
I'm saying,
not Chief. I'm not Chief
no,
X, yo.
because
I'm not even here.
because I
I'm
said
not
that
even
you're
here
my
for that.
peer. Why am I arguing with you when I say that you are my peer? What I want you to do is tell the people what the participants of the UNESCO, what was their argument?
It was a lot of mixed arguments. It was shit. Yeah, you still had racist white people, racist Europeans there too, saying white shit.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So
That Europeans would yeah, they were saying that they was Caucasians and yeah, like, a lot of like they still use some of that old outdated shit like
That's why I wanted you to say,
Mediterranean race and shit. Yeah.
because you read the work. So I could talk to somebody who I know probably read the work rather than say and to answer Corey's question, Corey would not believe how crazy these people were in this conference unless we go out.
Okay, I can believe that it was some crazy people at the conference, but I'm saying in general, people knew. I don't the hell with these folks at the UNESCO. Obviously, every last one of these niggas was crazy. The white folk and the niggas was crazy, right? But in general, y'all telling me that in general, people didn't understand what the hell a North African was in the 1970s? That's what y'all trying to convince me of?
They weren't discussing it like that in the context of North Africa. They was really only discussing Egypt.
I
They
can't
was only
believe
really discussing Egypt and who contributed to Egypt. That's when the North Africa.
I understand that that's what was going on in the UNESCO. I'm talking about in general, though. In general, the world understood what the hell a North African was. If nobody else knew, at least the North Africans knew what the fuck a North African was in the 1974.
It was just an analysis at that time before Tools now was able to determine who was Afro-Asiatic speakers, bro. Shit ain't hard, bro. But to act like what they was
It depends on what North Africa talking about. Some North Africans thought they was Aryan. Shit, they think they was
Hold on.
This is wild.
Let
Fetty
let them finish the start.
No, I'm just giving 100. Like, a lot
I
of
know that's
was
cool,
Arab
but
bags
you
and
still
shit.
gotta let them finish, though,
Yeah.
brother. Let them finish this shit. Go ahead, Fetty.
Oh no, y'all good. I was just saying, even though they was a little wrong back then, like to act like they didn't have some things in their analysis that later information kind of prove right is disingenuous also. I'm not trying to defend what they say, but they use Hamites. They use Hamites as a proxy to describe a group who we would later know to be as Afro-Asiatic speakers. And genetic information comes to find out that these people are different from the groups who they described as Negroes and other people who are more sub-Saharan with that lacks Eurasian ancestry. So in these convos, we got to use hindsight 2020, brother. Like, and don't be disingenuous when it comes to terms back then that is outdated, but to act like we don't know exactly who they were talking about. And even at that time, they weren't classifying people strictly based off of skin tone. That shit, they was taking a lot of shit into account. I'm not defending what they was doing, but to act like they was just lumping people without having some type of analysis or methodology is disingenuous. Because like,
that work off some. A lot of the method was wrong. Like a lot of methods was wrong, but we know, they were trying to pursue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, so has it run its course? I don't know.
Like when it comes to the whole Caucasian Egyptian, it's like they obviously thought that Afro-Asiatic speakers, whether it was craniometrics and shit, they classified them as Caucasoid and all of that. But like Gullah said, that shit kind of overlaps with certain practices today, even though it's outdated. But like, I mean, for me, it's clear like what even Diop was trying to say, and even what the other side was trying to say. And I'm saying, when Diop bring the whole West African connection, I'm saying those racist white people was more correct than he was, as far as like trying to lump a certain ancestral group and their connections. So that's my opinion on it. But
as fast as you can, if it's something that you can do with any kind of speed. I know you ain't really trying to talk about it, but you said you know what Diop was trying to say. You know what the white people was trying to say. Can you just juxtapose the two and have that conversation quickly for like a layman like me? What was Diop trying to say?
He was saying Negroes, Sub-Saharans, black people, all that shit is the same shit to them.
Oh yeah, yeah, but when he got,
so
but you gotta understand too when he got.
You got it, bro.
Yeah, let him finish. Come on, let him finish. We'll go right to you after this. Let him finish. So that's what
no, you good.
I'm
listening, bro. I'm listening, bro. I'm in the mix. Good.
We always end up here. All right, then Gullah, can you tell me what the white people was trying to say, and then go on to say your point?
No, people had, it wasn't just white people. People had mixed. It wasn't just white people.
You're correct. You're correct. What was the other side
was
trying
mixed.
to say? It wasn't just white people. You're right.
You
What
still
was the
had a
other
lot
side
of
trying to say?
You still had a lot of the, you know what I'm saying, what's that, pharaonic theory coming from Asia, shit floating around. It's 1975. I mean, or 4. You still got a lot of that old shit leaking, old ideas leak in. Ideas and ideologies don't change overnight. It take time.
So
Even today, you know what I'm saying?
was so Eurocentrism essentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
all that shit. And then even Diop, when he came there, he came up with the idea, this is black people, this and that and the third. But at the end of the conference, because the conference was to move the conversation forward. You know what I'm saying? He like that, even though he might have been wrong on a lot of things, wrong on some of his approaches, but at the end of the day, he asked the right question. You know what I'm saying? What's hypothesis? And they settled upon, okay, Egypt is an African civilization. That was the whole, you know what I'm saying? They ended off with that. You know what I'm saying? I think even Diop probably even, you know what I'm saying? I'm not sure, but from what I read, it seemed like he even changed some of his stance from it just being black to it just being, okay, it's an East African civilization. You know what I'm saying? It's it's an African civilization. You know what I'm saying, or North African civilization that they range in skin color. That's what ended off with that, like for us the conference.
So if it's simple and plain like that, Corey, I don't know if you're still here. Welcome back, Chef. If it's that simple and plain, then Corey, what's your issue with it?
I never had an issue with it. It was about how when
you're going right after this,
Shepard
Reggie. You're going right after this, brother.
I never had an issue with the conference. The issue is when Shepard was trying to explain what Diop was saying, they act like no, he was saying all this nuanced shit. You see what I'm saying? And all of this, but Shepard wasn't strictly talking about the conference per se. He was talking about Diop's position. Now, okay, fine. At the end of the conference, they had all of this thought process and everybody put all their thoughts together. And at the end, they came to the conclusion. That's fine. That's not what Shepard was saying here. He was talking about Diop's original position.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about what Chef Ron was saying. I was just talking about what Reggie was saying. I don't know.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I never had a problem with the conference or with none of that. You know what I mean?
Okay. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So I was writing a paper but I will address it because I didn't have time to find the paper. But Diop explicitly says he's using these terms, Negro, Black, and race, as operational tools, right, to undo the falsification of a Eurocentric or Western narrative. Not to neutralize those categories forever, but he's using those as operational terms. Dr. Vercotter, he's very interesting because he's one of the experts of the day. In his symposium, records Vercotter does not take on the philosophical claims head on, instead he shifts to a discussion back to the abstract racial mixtures, the Mediterranean types, and warning against extremes. He is the one who maintains the Hamitic view, right? Because there's also people in there that are racial, but there's also people in there protecting their religious points of views. So the issue is Diop used these things as operational to counter what they was actually saying, which was the status quo. Now, mind you, they want to carve up Africa, right? This is 74. They think of a whole new world. So certainly on the issue of North Africa was not a major part. North Africa only dealt with the peopling of the Nile Valley. And then it became a linguistic conversation, only to help those people who wanted the status quo, right? But again, this complicated conversation doesn't have anything to do with the wider arguing, except for Diop. People are mad at Diop because he just said that the ancient Egyptians called themselves Negro, black. And they was like, no, we can't allow that. So then they started messing with the linguistics on Kemet. And so there was a whole conversation just on the word black. No, you can't do it. So they use Sonoran, they use Abdullah, right? As the main pushbacks, and Verkota. Because Diop said, wait, hold on, y'all. They called themselves the strongest term, Kemet, which means black. They was like, oh no, you're not supposed to know that. And so what Diop was saying, that these people self-identified with this word Kemet, which means dark, brown, black.
But didn't he say they was connected to his ethnic group and all of that? Or am I tripping?
No. Who's talking? Because I don't see the screen.
Anonymous. Anonymous.
Oh,
It don't matter. My name doesn't matter right now.
Demonstration in linguistics.
No, I'm saying like the whole black thing. I think he was clear when it comes to his idea of who black was and which ancestral populations he thought belonged to those peoples. That's what I'm saying. Like when you look into his personal work, he did connect his own ethnic group and the whole. I may be wrong with the Negro Egyptian thing and how that later on came about, but he was one of the people saying that West African groups and Egyptians have a common ancestor, to where even they migrated over. He was talking about migrations and all of that. So that's where the blackology comes into play. And I haven't heard nobody talk about that.
Well, I don't. Before I talk about that with you, Anonymous, I need to I need you to tell me exactly what he said and where. I can't take your word for it because I didn't read it. I didn't read it like that. And again, it's several different things going on into this. What Diop was arguing specifically at the UNESCO conference, what he specifically said, and this is wider work, right? And then the blackology. Well, my big problem is, well, he said Kemet was the name for the Egyptians. But he did not go as far as to say that the Nubians were Kemet. Now, so you have to analyze why didn't he make if he was doing
You bugging, bro. You bugging. My bad. I go disrespect you, Elder Reggie.
No, Reggie. Anonymous. How dare you say that, Anonymous?
I don't even want to start the argument.
How dare you get personal, Anonymous? Come on, bro.
What happened, yo?
That's what happened.
Bro, Diop was making, he was making hypotheses to say that even certain Cameroonian groups came from Nubia and then they was in Egypt, migrated across. He got a lot of wild hypotheses, bro.
Whoa, wait, stop.
Yeah, but Chef didn't agree either, though. Hold on, Reggie. Chef didn't agree.
And he was clear on who black people was.
So, Chef, what was your disagreement with what he said?
That because do we got to do this with Diop? Like,
yeah, apparently.
Like, we really trying to act like Diop wasn't clear on what he was talking about and who he was talking about. Like, I understand I have to argue with Unc over this, right? Because Unc is trying to push this whole generic, they were just African thing, right? But Reggie, you don't even agree to that. You think they was Black African too. So where did you get that from?
Watch
You
this.
got it from Diop and them.
Watch this. Okay, in my work, I only care about when a people call themselves black, right?
No.
Wait, why are you cutting me off?
Because you talking about your work, right? We're talking about Diop. We're talking about what was Diop's position? Was Diop's position that Egyptians was just indigenous generic Africans? No, his position is they were black Africans, similar to all what they were calling at that time the black racial groups of Africa. And he went so far as to point in his own country and ethnic group as being a proxy to show the type that was in Egypt in ancient times. That's what he was saying. Now, am I wrong?
Well,
you on point. You on point.
I think, Shepard, can you let me know when you want to do this, right? Where we can show information on your channel, so I can show you exactly what he was saying, right?
That's not exactly what he was saying.
What I want to show exactly what he was saying, right? Right, by his own words, right? And so you have a right to, because we're poisoned by a lot of different things. But first of all, have you read the UNESCO 1974 final report?
Read the whole thing,
Don't
I
fall
put it
for
in
it.
Chat GPT.
Don't fall for it, sir.
Okay, so wonderful. So I like your work. So the final report, you put it in Chat GPT.
Yep.
So on your channel, it's simply we could ask the question to Chat GPT on the final report.
Yep. And
Just
we'll
like
go through the whole Negro Egyptian hypothesis. Diop.
Right. We can go through that with ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to summarize and analyze what he was saying. So I appreciate that.
I did it before. Like I had a whole chat where it break down the things he got right and things he got wrong.
Right. So great. So that's how we do it. That's so.
Hey, brother Reggie.
Yes.
So quick question. So and I appreciate you stopping so I can answer my question. I know I cut you. So my question then goes back to, I asked simply what Diop was saying, and I asked simply what the other side was saying, and it was very simple, it was very clear, and it was very plain. Why is it so confusing now that y'all both have to go read it again, put it in ChatGPT to now figure out what he was saying?
Oh, for the audience.
I know that's just like I only have the ability really on this to ask simple questions, but I got a simple answer from 4 different people that it was very clear what both sides were saying. But now you and Chef, who both read it, I put some money that Chef didn't, but he said he did. But if he's saying he read it and you saying you read it, the only thing that could be messing with y'all both education is what exactly? Because now y'all saying it ain't plain.
There's parts that I say, well, I may have some slight disagreements with, right?
Right.
But the way I captured this argument was, this was in 1974. It was against the status quo, right? They were trying to look at the terminology. They were supposed to look at the terminology that they were using themselves, right? And then people still, even with the terminologies, reverted back to their bullshit. Diop, who was basically trying to say you people got it wrong when it comes to the peopling of Egypt, right? Then they use these terms. He used those terms in French and in the Meta-Netra, right? Kemet, Noor, Black, Negros, Negres, right? And that's what he used to show that it was not white. It was not Mediterranean. It was not North African. It was a product of Africa itself.
So then it wasn't that simple and plain then, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
He says the human species first appeared in Africa, in the Nile source region, and under Glover's law, the earliest humans would have been darkly pigmented. The earliest populations of the Nile Valley was therefore black, right? So he uses the context of skin. From the original African-centered population spread northwards through the Nile Valley and westward through the Sahara, so the first inhabitants of Egypt were black Africans, not later Negroid intruders, right? Negroes meaning mixed. Since it's, okay, so then now Diop is not all the way right? He's not.
You said Negro mean mixed.
Oh yeah, Negro admixture. They didn't have the word admixture at the time because the human genome.
Man, Lord.
The human genome was not constructed at that time. They knew very little bit about. Okay, so
Negroes in the African context always meant sub-Saharans, right?
Sensitized and Marcellard's data, he argues that at least 1/3 of pre-dynastic Egyptians were explicitly classical, right? Okay, then he uses this word negress or right, and the other 2/3 are white. This is not Diop. This is Marcellard. This is what he's saying. Marcellard data. He says that pre-dynastic Egyptians were explicitly classed as Negro, and the other 2/3 are white with dark black pigmentation, or mixed. The whole population is in effect black in the pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic periods, right? So then he goes on to then Diop goes on to his evidence of skin, bones, and blood, which he didn't have any super modern tools. Right? These are more predictions and commentary. Then he goes on to a point that's really important about the self-naming. Egypt used Kemet as the strongest term for blackness, right? He emphasized that Egypt did not draw a color line between themselves and Nubians. They did not use Kemet to separate themselves from Nubians, which means his claim is about a shared black identity, not about setting up Egyptians and Nubians as different races. So he did that in the context of race. He didn't separate them racially, culturally. Obviously, they were separated. So, listen, it's what happens after when blackology takes over, right? And their analysis.
He was the blackologist.
No, he laid the groundwork. Every blackologist uses him to back their shit, back their premise.
No, they use him, but most of them never read the work.
They got the gist of it.
Bro, they post direct sources from his books talking about Cameroonians coming from Nubia and shit like that. They use his direct shit.
Okay, well, we have a difference of. I'm so sorry. Hey, what we have it's a wide conversation.
It is. But just quick question. I'm trying to keep it somewhat in a normal. What's the name? Is this the same thing, Chef? Is this the same conversation where people didn't understand would have? Is this the same thing?
No, Reggie is linking it together, but it's not. We're strictly talking about Diop's position, and he don't have the 2026 generic indigenous African concept of North Africa that Unc and them is using. That wasn't his position. African to him meant black Negroes.
Yep. He described who Negroes were.
Because the common thing is going to be, well, this person didn't read it, that person didn't read it. You read it this way, I read it this way. I went to school, I was cool, like all this other shit, right? But doesn't a certain level of comprehension have to go into it, even if you did read it?
No.
Like could your blackology get in the way?
No.
Let's say it could. No, I'm saying not you. I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about blackology ain't getting in their way either.
Okay.
Disingenuousness is getting in their way.
So just being disingenuous,
Yeah.
essentially, just not
I
telling the
don't
truth.
think none of us can look at Diop's position and disagree with that shit. It is clear.
Okay.
No, I have I said that it was in an earlier phase. He didn't have the tools, right? So he was making some predictions and he was arguing against the status quo. And then after he argues, then what happens is we have more now we have the UNESCO volume 9. And now they go back and they reanalyze and they mention Diop because now we have volume 9. This was in volume 2 or something like that, right? So now we have volume 9, right? So the world has moved on, but the people haven't read volume 9, right? So my whole point of it doesn't matter what Diop said. It's like getting on a bus. Okay, everybody gets on the bus. Me, Chef Brass, Corey, we all getting on a bus, right? Now, what happens is people get off the bus at the first stop, the second stop, the third stop. They don't travel on the bus because it's not important to their lives. To the 9th stop, right? I try to stay on the back of the bus to the last stop and get off at the last stop. Even sometimes they change the drivers. So during this time period, guess what? They changed the Diop. He's relieved. He retired. Other people got on, became the drivers, and other people became the passengers. That's where we are right now. But Ankh is arguing that they was saying that they were just African. Well, I disagree because they was talking specifically, peculiarly about what Africans in this conference. So the conference wasn't about whether or not that they were, it was in Africa. To me, the conference did not make the point. The final report is not that they're not just Africans, but what particular peoples contributed to the Nile Valley civilization.
So Reggie, brother, I'm just saying, just sound like I'm saying, brother Reggie. So Reggie, so but then that goes back to the title of the show.
Yes.
Then if you getting one thing, and Anonymous is getting another, and Chef is getting another, and the other guy is getting another, and then another person's getting another point, but it's all words. Then my question is, then who's uneducated and who's unqualified to even have the conversation? Because if it seems to me like everybody's going to tell me their qualifications, they did X amount of years, or they read this, or they was there, or what the hell ever. But y'all all getting different, y'all all coming to different conclusions on the same work. So the argument can't be that y'all didn't read it. Three of the 5 or 4 of the 5, because somebody got to be right. So 4 of the 5 read the work. All 5 of y'all read it, and 4 just don't understand it. And y'all all telling each other that they don't understand.
Me, Corey, and Chef actually agree. Like, I think motherfuckers got to acquiesce just to certain shit just to even have the convo progress, because it's like, it's clear, the simple, like in the beginning stages of even having this convo, there's a misunderstanding just on simple shit on who Negroes were, what Diop meant. Is he saying the same shit as blackologists today? So if we can't even agree to shit like that, how do we expect the convo to be?
Here's the thing.
Just simply go to ChatGPT in your free time and look what he got right and what he got wrong.
So we have,
but they can't even agree on what the actual information is, though, Gullah.
No,
I'm saying I agree. No, I think it's two. It's 2 points of contention.
Hold on, Reggie. I'm gonna get you in there.
I don't think it's like 5 different perspectives. I think it's like really 2 or 3. One group is gonna treat Diop and other people who I deem Afrocentrics with the kid gloves, which I understand, especially if you come from that time and era. I ain't knocking that. But there's other people who can see and use hindsight who may not come from that era or whatever, but see that he was clearly making the same premise that a lot of people on the internet make today. So it's like, Even when you like, that's why I say when you connect, when he tried to make a connection with West Africans and say who's Negroes and who this and connect that with Egypt, that gives you everything right there. What's really different between what him and a person like Pan-African James is saying? Like from an overall premise standpoint, one just got more nuance than the other. It can say it in a better way, but they emotional premise is the same thing. And why they even interested in that in Egypt in the first place. That's my opinion.
Okay, go ahead, Rich.
Okay, so today we have tools in which we could take whole papers and we can analyze it and get the analysis. And then if we have some difficulty or disagreements, we can ask some more questions. And that's pretty much where we are today. When people say, well, see, here's the thing is, I didn't disagree with any of you.
Right.
Right? I didn't. And how can I say, and I think I'm closest to this work, right? What I just said is that generally I have an idea of what he specifically said, right? And that is the problem. And so we have to put it on a big screen. So Sheffrin, this weekend, can we do it? Can you put it on the big screen?
Yes, sir.
And just tell me when.
You gonna put it
so
on
I
the big
could-
screen, Chef?
Yeah.
Y'all,
Like-
no,
like
I'm just
we-
asking. Oh, no, Ray, I'm just asking Chef because he said yes real quick. So Reggie said y'all gonna do it and put it on the big screen?
We ain't doing nothing.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just asking. That's what he said. He said y'all gonna do it and put it on the big screen. Okay.
The big
Not
screen is
tuning into that, but I got you.
the big screen is so that all the audience can see exactly what's being shown, right? Instead of talking, right? The talking is we could be talking and actually agree, and then still be fighting, and we agree. We're fighting on our agreement. That's what happens here, right?
Okay.
Okay. So
Now you
with
see
that-
how two people that don't got a personal beef can get to a compromise?
Yeah. Well, the problem is I don't have a personal beef. Well, there's other people that have personal beefs. I don't know why, right? Because guess what? We're supposed to all be learning. It's just all the ad hominems and all of that BS stuff that comes in, right?
Yeah.
And but it doesn't come too much on this specific channel, right? But still, at the same time, you can mute my mic, right? If you want.
I know where you go.
Goes past when we're talking about a subject, and then it goes into people's families.
Right.
That has to do with them. I wish they die, right? I'm wishing, right? I just wish them, their family members, because they want to talk about other family members that's innocent, right? I'm like, but my wish don't mean nothing because that's spooky to me. But I'm just saying it should never go past the intellectual argument.
Right.
Right. So, Brass, I want to say thank you. I want to say Chef and Hits and everybody part of Tri Media for allowing me to go on, and Anonymous and Gullah and everybody. I'm gonna check out. But thank you all. Brass, thanks for the donation.
All right, peace, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are always. I think Smoke. When you come in here, we tend to listen to you, so it's more like a lecture. So you should be compensated for it.
Well, I appreciate it, and I try to keep it intellectual, right?
Yeah.
And I stayed on the topic. Underqualified and uneducated, and people hyping up stuff for their own brand. That some of that stuff got to be checked at the door. So thanks for the great topic.
No problem, brother. Have a good one. Chef, it's a lot of confusion on your new channel. Can you clean it up, please?
What happened?
Bro, nobody knows. You picked a name, I guess, that has like 50 channels. People are trying to find your new channel.
And I keep putting the link in there, so I don't know why.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to like, like just I think I tagged it earlier. Okay, you put it back in there. All right, so that's the new channel. A lot of these conversations that we're having on Carnivorous and TMI or low key, just whichever one, a lot of these conversations with the Discord, we're keeping them just vanilla barbershop conversations. We're not claiming that we're doing some kind of high level education and all this, that, and the other. We're really just having a conversation and working it out and allowing y'all to watch us in real time. So, but on that channel, E Pluribus, that's Chef's new channel, has a great presentation on it already. It's very clean, it's very clear. And that'll be where he kind of like, here's one point, here's this point, argues here, gets down in the mess with his messages and some mess, but then we'll do like a 5 to 10 minute video where he can't be interrupted, already recorded, pre-recorded, not alive. So definitely go there to kind of hear his full stance, because sometimes it gets confused in these messy ass conversations.
With peer-reviewed sources.
Yes, with peer-reviewed sources. So that's where when you say, well, I heard your stance on the Discord show. No, go to my channel, watch that video uninterrupted, and you'll get the actual my actual point. Shouts to Brendan in the chat. Shouts to everybody that came through. Haskell, brothers, y'all got anything before I shut it down?
No, this good conversation. It shows you how everything remains, how these conversations just remain circular. You dig what I'm saying? Because when we come to clear points, right? Like we be honest up until a point, and then it breaks down. At the point where we could get clarity, right, and move forward, it breaks down right there. It happens every time, yo, and it gotta be deliberate. It gotta be deliberate, yo. So that's
I got
point.
something to say.
We're live.
Oh, good. I'm glad we live. That's even better.
Okay.
This shit is so damn personal. Don't nobody give a fuck. And it's like a man that's going bald with a comb over. Let it go. Either you're gonna shave your head, either you're gonna get a tattoo on your head, or you're gonna get a hair transplant. This shit's so goddamn old and played out.
Yeah, I think Cuban, because
Chef,
go ahead.
I want to ask Chef if we had time to do whatever we want to do with Reggie. I want to do. I already asked you to get up.
Oh yeah, listen. 45 minutes. I can hit the button in 45 minutes. So that would be 8 o'clock my time. Or do you want to wait later?
I can wait. I can wait later.
Don't believe none of these has.
Bro, first of all, I was about to
it-
say, Gullah, don't believe 45 minutes of nothing Chef talking about. That's
Yeah,
one.
it don't even got to be.
Yeah,
it
that
don't
nigga,
even got to be the
bro,
day.
somebody gonna say lemon pepper wings, or some girl gonna, whatever's gonna happen, he gonna do something else. But don't make it so late that, like, because if you talking about doing a presentation, don't do that shit in the middle of the night, bro.
Oh, no,
do that
no,
shit-
no.
Huh?
45 minutes is about 3 hours chefing time.
Yeah, hold on, Small. It don't even got to be the day. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to break down. You know what I'm saying? My work I put in the group is for my break. No, I know people ain't reading. I know they not. It make a lot of sense. And I wanted to break down what Diop got right and what he got wrong. People put it out flat so they can see.
I want to bring up 2 points from the chat.
Just let me know. Let me know when you want to do it, and we'll set it up. And between me and Brass, we'll both set it up.
Yeah, I got you. I don't really. I'm gonna keep reiterating. I care less, but I will help.
Yeah, I can do it. I could do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, then if he can't, then I help you out also. Brendan, I want to bring up one point that Brendan said and one point that Shakir said. I'll bring up Shakir point first. Corey, you still here? So Corey is more the political guy. If you in the Discord, he starts the morning off, gets us going with our morning coffee of politics. Shakir started off about 3 hours ago saying this, and he just finished. So now I'm gonna definitely say it. He said that the next show better be on Epstein and the pedophiles running the United States of America. So I think at some point, too, And I appreciate that, Shakir, and I agree. But I think at some point we should have some form of the political conversations we have in here all the time, Shakir. If you was in here, you would hear it. We just don't make it public all the time because you get banned for some of it. But if we was live, we could curate it a little better. But then part 2, it's Black History Month, and I find it hilarious that we started off the second day of Black History Month stuck in Egypt once again. Is the craziest thing ever. So hopefully, Chef, we do get together and we do something on, at least begin to have a conversation on Black history. Yeah. The last thing
I was already working on something actually.
Okay, just tell me what you need from me.
I'll let y'all know now.
Yeah.
I'm working on it's actually about J.A. Rogers, right? Because like most of the stuff that we talk about, I think J.A. Rogers, for the most part, gave us our framework of Black history. You dig what I'm saying? And I think, from Carter G. Woodson, right? He used Carter G. Woodson Negro History Week and the Pittsburgh Courier that he was writing for to really give us how we celebrate Black history. I think J.A. Rogers, his formation of going over the biographies of different Black people, right, and questioning whether certain civilizations like Egypt had Black pharaohs and stuff. I think he laid a lot of that framework of how we do it nowadays. So I definitely wanted to do that piece, but I already started working on it. I was working on it for the other channel because I wanted it to be clean, but we definitely need to do something over here for Black history.
Just to have an open conversation. I'll come up with something, you come up with something, we put it together.
Okay.
On that, go ahead.
My bad. I was gonna say too, shout out to the Afro Puerto Rican Arturo Stromberg. You know what I'm saying? Stromberg, you know what I'm saying, the Black Puerto Rican guy, it was one for him. You know, so he's one of the fathers of Black history, period, because he put together his libraries of Black books and all that. And he went in on African Americans and just the African diaspora as a whole, you know what I'm saying, and that knowledge. So he's one of the big roles or fathers of Black history, period.
What is Schomburg, doesn't he have like some kind of, what is his connection to Benjamin? Don't he got some kind of connection to Benjamin?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna look it up.
Who's Benjamin? Benjamin who?
Dr. Ben.
I think he got some kind of connection to Benjamin. I'm gonna look that up.
He got more like I don't even really hear Dr. Ben talk. I heard more Dr. Clark speak of Schomburg. You know,
I might got it wrong. But to finish off with this Diop thing, shouts to Brendan. Brendan made a statement. He tried to say it earlier, but y'all was kind of moving the subject, so I wanted to stay on it. He said, he says Diop has a picture of an artifact of Narmer and says he is a typical Negro. So Diop's stance is pretty clear to him. What does that mean?
That Diop actually, in his book, African Origins of Civilization, he told you who the Egyptians was, and he used Egyptian iconography of Menes or Nama to tell you what a typical Negro was in ancient Egypt, and that's how they looked. He went to the first pharaoh of Egypt and said, this is Nama, Menes, and he's a typical Negro, right? So Brendan is saying that we know what Diop was saying. Anybody playing like they don't know what Diop's saying, you know what I mean? It's playing games. That's what Brendan is getting to.
Okay. He said that while y'all was talking, but I don't mind interrupting, but sometimes when y'all like flowing, y'all forget your idea when you get interrupted, so I didn't want to interrupt at that moment. But shouts to the channel. Make sure y'all subscribe to E Pluribus. I find it hilarious listening to all y'all try to read the name of the channel. It shows me your cognitive and reading skills. linguistic skill, whatever you want to call it, is just hilarious. Because if you look on a dollar or you look on some money, I forgot which bill, it's on damn near every bill, I think. E pluribus unum. And a good show on Apple TV. But shouts to y'all, shouts to Hits, Logic, DQ, Chefreen, Carnivorous Podcast, E Pluribus, and Concrete Corey. And I appreciate you, Gullah, Aston. Stu Peace tapped out a long time ago. Shouts to him, shouts to Reggie, and shouts to all the contributors, even anonymous. But now I hope that y'all don't spend the next 26 days talking about Egypt during Black History Month. Let's try to talk about some current topics that's affecting us and maybe some African Americans and our contributions to America. Shouts to y'all. Y'all have a great one. Peace.